Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing Hacker Frogs After School. As usual, we've got 3 things that we're going to be covering in today's stream, and let's talk a little bit about that before we get underway. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to be doing some Hacker Frogs After School. So we're doing our course on cryptography right now, and that's going to be the first part of the stream. We're going to be doing Cryptography session number 2. We're going to be covering classical ciphers. This is going to be part 1 of a 2-part series. We're going to be taking a look at some classical ciphers and how they work. We're also going to be talking about some cryptography terminology that everybody needs to know if you want to learn about cryptography. And that's going to be the first part of the stream. The second part of the stream is going to be a look at some Windows hacking demonstrations. And we're going to be demonstrating on thehackerlabs.com, and this is a little Active Directory challenge called Chimichurri. Chimichurri is apparently a type of salsa. I'm not too sure what country it's from. I think it's from Central America somewhere. But if I'm wrong about that, please correct me and let me know. If you want to download and try out this challenge along with us, then you definitely want to download the virtual machine that's associated with the challenge ahead of time. I've left the link in the chat for everybody who's interested. And that's going to be the second part of today's stream. We're going to be hacking through this challenge right here called Chimichurri, and we're going to be using some Windows hacking techniques, and we're going to be learning how to use those. And the third part of today's stream is we're going to be doing a free hacking exercise. Free hacking means that we're going to be hacking against an exercise we've never seen before, and we're going to stick with our Windows Active Directory theme, and we're going to be doing this machine over here from hackmyvm.eu, and this machine is called DC03. It's part of a series on Active Directory, and we've been having a lot of fun hacking through these challenges over here. And if you're interested in following along with this challenge, then go ahead and download the virtual machine over at this link that I'm leaving in the chat right now. But first off, what we're going to do is we're going to start our first activity for today, and we're going to be learning about cryptography. So if you're here for cryptography, please let us know by typing cryptography in the chat. Maybe with the exclamation point, maybe with some smiley faces, who knows? All right, so let's get going. So this is Hacker Frogs After School, and this is the cryptography course. We're talking about classical ciphers, part 1. So, hey there, Hacker Frogs. This workshop is the second session for cryptography basics. In the last session, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. We learned about encoding. Encoding refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. So you see here that the words hello that are typed out on the screen can be represented in ASCII with these bytes over here, these binary bytes. And it is often this kind of encoding that allows letters and numbers to appear on your screen, on your computer. ASCII encoding is a common text encoding system which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. So for example, the letter H in ASCII encoding can be represented using binary numbers, which would be this, in hexadecimal numbers, which would be this, and in regular decimal numbers, which would be this. So hexadecimal conversion. Hexadecimal can be used to represent ASCII characters, and conversion between hex and ASCII is a form of encoding. So if you encode the hex numbers into ASCII characters, then you can get different ASCII characters. Okay, and the last thing we learned about in the last session was about base64 encoding. Base64 is a method of converting data bytes into alphanumeric strings and is often covered and featured in CTF challenges. So base64 will take a string like this, and you will encode it using the base64 system, and it'll turn out into a string that looks something like this. All right, so that was the last session. We're going to be covering some new topics today. But first of all, we need to cover our bases here, and we need to inform everybody that encoding is not encryption. So encoding and encoding schemes, that's not cryptography, that's not encryption. And although encoding transforms data from one form to another, the intention of encoding is not to hide the contents of the data, so it is not cryptography. Additionally, encoding methods are meant to be well-known and easily reversible, which further sets encoding apart from encryption. All right, so let's talk about today's topics. We're going to be covering a few different things. We're going to be talking about cryptography terminology, which we all need to know to all talk about cryptography in from a common frame of mind. So we're going to be talking about classical ciphers, which are older types of cryptography that were used in the ancient past, and we're going to be talking about two types of those ciphers, one being the ROT13 cipher, and the other one being the very, very popular Caesar cipher. So let's get started. So what is cryptography? Let's start our exploration of cryptography by going over some key terms. So let's suppose that Bob wants to use Alice's streaming video app account to watch some movies. So you used to be able to share Netflix accounts. Now you are not encouraged to share Netflix accounts because that's going to get your app. You're going to be banned from the service. But Alice is fine with Bob using her account, but wants to send her account password to Bob secretly, to which Bob agrees. So Alice's password, before it is transformed into a secret message through cryptography, is called plain text or clear text. So you're going to hear these terms very commonly when you're talking about cryptography. Plain text or clear text is basically the secret information that is not encrypted. So we can see Alice's plain text password here. It is Alice password 1 ! Okay, so this is the plain text version. So next, we're going to be talking about ciphers. Alice then uses a cryptographic algorithm called a cipher to transform the message from its original form into a secret message. And in this case, Alice chooses a cipher, and that cipher is the ROT13 cipher. We're going to be talking about the ROT13 cipher in more detail in a little bit, but Defus Modernus Leben says, "Hello, sir." Hello, Defus Modernus Leben. Nice to see you here. And we're just talking about some basic cryptography stuff right now. And if you want to stick around for later, we're going to be doing a Windows hacking demonstration for this challenge over here called Chimichurri. And if you want to download that virtual machine yourself, you can do that over here. But more interestingly, I think you might be interested in taking a look at this challenge right here, which is called, I do not want to download. This challenge over here called DC03. And this is another one of these Active Directory challenges. Deefy. Okay. I can call you Deefy. Awesome. Great. That saves me a little bit of time. Thank you very much. All right. So that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream and the third and fourth hour. So if you want to get ahead, you can start hacking against those machines. And yeah, so this is going to be stuff that's happening later. But for right now, we're just going to be spending our first hour talking about cryptography. So a cipher. So Alice then uses a cryptographic algorithm called a cipher to transform the message from its original form into a secret message, and she chooses to use the ROT13 cipher. This secret form of the message is called ciphertext. So after Alice's plaintext password is transformed using the cipher, it is called ciphertext. So this is the ciphertext right here. So the act of transforming plain text into ciphertext is called encryption. So turning this password into this secret message is called encryption. So Alice then sends the message with the encrypted password to Bob and tells him which cipher was used to encrypt the password. So she would tell Bob that she used ROT13 to encode the password. And then upon receiving the message, Bob uses the same cipher to transform the ciphertext back into plain text. So this act is called decryption. So if you have an encrypted ciphertext string over here, after you decrypt it, then it becomes plain text again. After decrypting the message from Alice, Bob can use the password to log into Alice's streaming video app and watch movies. Awesome. Okay, so we covered a few different terms, and let's go over them really quickly over here. So cipher, this is a cryptographic algorithm used in encryption and decryption. Plain text, a message or piece of text that is not encrypted. Ciphertext, an encrypted message or piece of text. Encryption, the act of transforming plain text into ciphertext. And decryption, the act of transforming ciphertext into plain text. So we're going to be talking about classical ciphers and modern cryptographic ciphers when we talk about cryptography, because they're loosely divided into two different types. So there's classical ciphers, which were used in the past, and there are modern ciphers, which are cryptographic methods that are used now. So classical ciphers refer to cryptographic ciphers used prior to the introduction of computer-aided algorithms. So we've got a simple cipher over here. We use this wheel to transform one letter into another letter, and then use that to aid in our cryptographic endeavors. Okay, so with classical ciphers, it is generally possible to perform the steps required to encrypt and decrypt messages without the aid of computers or calculators. So these classical ciphers are usually things that you can figure out with a piece of paper. Modern ciphers are ciphers that incorporate complex mathematical operations in their encryption/decryption processes and are impractical to use without the aid of computer processing. So one very common form of modern cryptography is what is called public key cryptography, where information from two different keys of information are combined together to encrypt or decrypt information. So virtually all ciphers used in computer security fall under this category of modern ciphers. So in our introduction to cryptography, we will first learn about classical ciphers for the following two reasons. So number one, beginner cryptography CTF exercises cover classical ciphers extensively. So we need to learn classical ciphers in order to engage and solve those challenges. Number two, more importantly, as an introduction to cryptography, the methods involved in classical cryptography are much easier to understand, since they do not require complex mathematical operations. Okay, so the first type of classical cipher that we're going to be talking about are what are called substitution ciphers. So substitution ciphers are a type of classical cryptographic cipher where one portion of the plain text is substituted for a portion of ciphertext during encryption. So, for example, we've got these systems over here where letters are turned into other letters. They're substituted in. So, for example, the letter B becomes the letter E, and the letter C becomes the letter F, etc., etc. The size of the portions may be symmetrical. For example, one character of plaintext is substituted by one character of ciphertext, or asymmetrical. One character of plaintext is substituted by two characters of ciphertext, or vice versa. It might not be two, it might be more, it might be less, but this is how it works. Okay, so let's talk about our first cipher of the day. We're going to be covering two very common and very popular ciphers to begin our journey into cryptography. And the first one is the ROT13 cipher. And the ROT13 cipher is a simple substitution cipher where the encryption method is to shift each plain text letter 13 positions in the alphabet to form the ciphertext. So ROT13 is a very easy cipher to understand because it's basically turning, depending on the letter that you're encrypting or decrypting, it's going to turn into the letter that is 13 positions further into the alphabet than it is. So for example, the letter A becomes the letter N, the letter B becomes the letter O, etc. And the reverse is also applicable. So if you've got the letter N and you want to encode it using ROT13, then the letter N becomes the letter A. So let's demonstrate this. So if we use this cipher to encrypt the plaintext hacker frogs, the resulting ciphertext would be this right over here. So the H is shifted 13 letters and becomes the letter U. The A is shifted 13 letters and becomes the letter N, and so on and so on. So to decrypt the ciphertext, we would do the same operation, shifting each ciphertext letter by 13 places in the alphabet. So if we want to decrypt this, then we would shift U 13 places, it goes to H, N 13 places, it goes to A, etc., etc. The simplicity of the ROT13 is in that the encryption step and the decryption step of the ROT13 cipher is exactly the same. It's all 13 places in the alphabet. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to learn more about this particular cipher by solving a challenge inside of PicoCTF. So let's learn more about the ROT13 cipher by working through the challenge on PicoCTF, navigate to the following URL, and we've got the URL over here. So I'm just going to grab the URL for this challenge, and then we can start. Okay, so this is the link for the challenge. So if you don't already have an account over at PicoCTF, now is a great opportunity to create one over there because it is a great free platform for learning about all sorts of cybersecurity skills and concepts. So once you've logged in to PicoCTF, you can go ahead and navigate to the page that we've outlined and provided in the chat. And this is the 13 challenge. We're going to be working through this challenge to understand a little bit more about the ROT13 cipher. So first of all, we also want to use our terminal to solve the challenge as well. So what we can do, I'm just going to get out of here for a sec. I'm going to demonstrate how to start up the PicoCTF web shell. The PicoCTF web shell is a Linux virtual machine with a bunch of software that we can use to solve challenges already installed. So you can access it after you've logged into PicoCTF by going over to the practice page. So go ahead and click on practice, and then there's a button that is labeled web shell on the right hand side of the screen. Go ahead and click on that, and it's going to log you into the PicoCTF web shell. So what we want to do is we want to put the PicoCTF web shell in its own browser tab so that we can see the terminal nice and big. So what we want to do is we want to click on this button right here called Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. It's located on the header for the web shell and beside the help button. So we can go ahead and click on that. And then the web shell is going to be, well, hopefully the web shell is going to be deployed in its own browser tab. So sometimes PicoCTF can be a bit unresponsive. So what we need to do if this happens is we need to repeat the process. So let's go ahead and do that. So click on web shell and then click on Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. It's still thinking about it. Okay. Maybe the third time will be the charm. Let's try that one more time. Click on web shell and then click on Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Okay, this time it seems like it's working. All right, so welcome to the PicoCTF web shell. So this is basically a Linux virtual machine that you can use to solve different CTF challenges from PicoCTF. So after you arrive on the web shell, you can type in the word clear to clear the terminal, and you can type ls to see what's inside your directory. So I've got some files in here already. I'm just gonna delete them because we want to have a nice and clean interface. Okay, so after you've done that, we're gonna go back to the challenge. So over at the PicoCTF website, let me grab the link one more time, paste it in. Okay, so this challenge is called 13. It's an easy level challenge from the cryptography category from the PicoCTF 2019 event. So the description here says, cryptography can be easy. Do you know what ROT 13 is? And then they've got some sort of message over here. And what we need to do to finish this challenge is we need to decrypt this string right here. So this is what is known as ciphertext. We want to decrypt the ciphertext here and turn it back into its original form, and then submit that as the flag for this challenge to complete the challenge. So how can we do that? So the easiest thing to do is to use a web app to do this. We can copy the string, and then we can go to any old search engine and search for something like ROT 13 decrypt. Okay, and then the first hit is going to be this site right here, rot13.com. We can click into it, and then we can just paste in. We can just paste in our ciphertext here, and the web app is going to automatically decrypt the string and then give us the plain text. So from there, all we need to do is copy the plain text string, then go back to our challenge in the PicoCTF flag submission field here, paste that in, and then click on submit. And it says, hooray, you've solved this challenge. Okay. All right, so here's the thing. There's more than one way to solve this challenge, and I'm going to show you one other way to solve the challenge. So this is the 13 challenge over here. I'm going to grab this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to write, we're going to write a little Python script. So if you go back to your web shell, you're going to see that it disconnected. If you don't do something on the web shell for a few minutes, it's going to disconnect you. That's fine. All you need to do is hit enter and then reconnect to the web shell. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to create a little Python script to decode the flag. So we're going to use the nano text editor, and we're going to do nano. This is called 13. So we're going to call the file 13.py. So nano space 13.py. Hit enter, and then what we're going to do is we're going to paste in the encrypted flag. So we're just going to call this encrypted flag. This is a variable name, and we're going to wrap this in quotes because this is a string. Okay. So to solve this challenge, we're going to be using a module from Python, and the module is called codex. So So the first line in the script is going to be to import the codex library or the codex module. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start writing a little script that's going to translate this from the ciphertext into plain text. So to do that, we're going to define a variable, and the new variable is going to be called decrypted flag. And decrypted flag is going to be the result of a certain function. So there's a certain function in the codex module called decode. So we're just going to run that codex.decode, and this is a function. So for this function, we need to supply a an argument. The argument is going to be encrypted_flag, and we need to supply the method of decode. And the method of decode in this case is going to be rot_13. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to print the decrypted flag. Just like this. So we import the codex module, we define the encrypted flag as the string right here, and then we define the decrypted flag. Oh, I misspelled codex. Okay. Remember everybody, if you don't spell things correctly, you do not get to hack. Alright, so the decrypted flag is defined as the result of this function right here, codex.decode, on encrypted flag using the rot13 codec. Okay, and then the last thing we're going to do is print the decrypted flag. So we're going to go ahead and save this, and then we're going to run this script by using the Python command, python space 13.py. Okay, and what we get is the decrypted flag, because CTF, not too bad of a problem. Okay, so that was the 13 challenge. If you're following along and you solve the challenge, please let us know in the chat by typing in the message 13 done and done in the chat, just like this. Thank you. All right, so that was the 13 challenge, and that was the rot13 cipher. Let's learn about the other major type of cipher for today. Okay, let's go back to the presentation over here. Okay, this time we're talking about another type of cipher. It's called the Caesar cipher. And the Caesar cipher is a substitution cipher where the method of encryption. Severed Prince says, hey, Severed Prince on YouTube. Nice to see you here. And how are you doing? We haven't done some redeems in a while. How about this cute frog? This is called the desert frog. Severed Prince says, I'm good, man. How about you? I'm just doing a little lesson on cryptography over here. We're talking about some classical ciphers. We just talked about the rot13 cipher, and we're going to be talking about the Caesar cipher. So if you've never seen this before, if you want to brush up, you're free to stick around. We've got ads running on our Twitch channel right now, so we're live streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, and when the Twitch ads come up, we're going to stop and have a little break, and I'm going to play a little ad on YouTube, just so we don't have ads running up on us randomly. So everybody, YouTube ad in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so if you're not watching ads right now, then what we're going to do is we're going to play some bird videos. I have a bird feeder in my backyard, and I love showing everybody the beautiful birds. Here you go. And we're just going to watch these birds for another 30 seconds or so until the ads are done on Twitch, and then we're going to go back to whatever we were doing. Let's see. Severed Prince says, I'm good, man. How about you? And Richard Calaby says, Caesar cipher is definitely a classic. Yeah, so we're learning about it because we see Caesar cipher a lot. But let me just have a little sip of water just a second. Okay, so the break is over on the ad break is over on the Twitch stream, so we're just going to put the birds away and we're going to continue. All right, so this is the Caesar cipher, and the Caesar cipher is a substitution cipher where the method of encryption is to shift each letter of the plain text by a specific number of letters in the alphabet. This is called the shift or the key. So when we're talking about ciphers, we often talk about a key. So you supply a, if you have a piece of ciphertext along with the name of the cipher, along with the key information, you're usually able to decrypt that information using the key and the ciphertext. But this is an example of the Caesar cipher over here. So for example, if we want to use the Caesar cipher with a shift of 2 to encrypt the plaintext hacker frogs, we would shift each letter 2 positions in the alphabet, and the resulting ciphertext would be this over here. So over here, each letter is going to be shifted 2. The shift is going to be 2, or the key is going to be 2, to form the ciphertext. So this is the letter H. The letter H, it goes H-I-J. So 2 letters over is J, so H becomes J. And for the letter A, it's shifted by 2 letters, so A becomes the letter C, and so on and so on. So this is an example of the Caesar cipher with a shift of 2. So to decrypt the ciphertext, we take each letter of it and shift back 2 letters in the alphabet to form the plain text. So to get the original message from the ciphertext here, we would go back 2, so J becomes J-I-H, the letter C becomes C-B-A, and so on and so on. So let's learn more about this Caesar cipher by working through a challenge in Pico CTF, and we're going to navigate to the following URL. This is the rotation challenge. And let me just grab that link. It's over here. Okay, so let's navigate to that page in Pico CTF. Okay, and this is the rotation challenge. So this challenge is a medium level challenge in the cryptography category from the Pico CTF 2023 event. The description says, you will find the flag after decrypting this file. Download the encrypted flag here, and there's also a link. So luckily for us, we have our web shell. So our Pico CTF web shell is right here, and we previously used this to solve the last challenge. Let me get rid of the script for the last challenge, and then we can start this one. So in this challenge, we have the link that leads to the encrypted flag. All we need to do is copy the link. So we can right click on it and select copy link. And then we can go over to our Pico CTF web shell. In there, we can use the wget command and then space. And then we can paste in the link. So we do Control-Shift-V to paste it in. Remember, when we're dealing with Linux terminals, we need to do Control-Shift-V and Control-Shift-C to paste and copy, respectively. So it's not just Control-C, it's Control-Shift-C, and it's Control-Shift-V. All right, so after we've done this, we can hit enter to download the file. Okay, so we'll see now that encrypted.txt is in our directory here, and we can read it with the cat command. So it's going to be cat space encrypted.txt. So we're going to see here, this is an encrypted flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you the easy way to finish this challenge first, and the easy way is to use an automated app. So all we need to do is copy the flag over here, and then we can go over to Google, and we can search for something like Caesar Caesar cipher. And there's a convenient web app over here that shows up as the first search result, and it's called Caesar cipher. Encode and decode online, so we can click into it. And we're going to see that what we can do inside the app is we can supply some plain text or some ciphertext. Actually, let's go ahead and paste this into the ciphertext column over here. And what we want to do is we want to play around with the key, otherwise known as a shift. And eventually, we're going to be able to get a legible message out of this. So right now, the shift is 7, which means that A would become the letter H. So that's 7, a shift of 7. We can go ahead and play around with this. So we can go back to a shift of 6. And what we're going to do is we're just going to keep on shifting back and forth until we find legible letters. So number 5, number 4, number 3, number 2, number 1, then back to 0. Well, 0 is basically not going to encode anything. So we can go back to -1. A shift of -1, A goes to Z. Right, okay. A goes to Z, -2, -3, -4, -5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so the shift of -18, which means that the original key was +18. We see that the ciphertext was formed from a shift of 18 letters, and we get this flag right here. So the flag is Pico CTF rotation decrypted. Great. So we can just copy the flag, then go to the Pico CTF page, in the flag submission field, paste in the flag, click on submit flag, and then we're done. Okay, so that's the easy way of decrypting Caesar cipher. We're going to demonstrate one more way, and this one is going to involve using Python. So let's go ahead and go back to our web shell. And whoops, what happened there? Oh, I went to another tab. Okay, so we've got the contents of encrypted.txt. We're just going to copy it, and then we're going to create a Python file. So we're going to do nano, and then the name of the challenge is rotation. So we're just going to create a file called rotation.py, or otherwise known as rotation.py. We're going to hit enter to enter the nano text editor, and then we're going to paste in the encrypted flag. So we're just going to call this encrypted underscore flag, and we're going to define this as a string. Okay, and let me take a look at. Okay, so this is a much more involved piece of code, but we're going to go through it slowly, and hopefully it makes sense at the end. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a little function called Caesar cipher iterations, and it's going to take in a parameter called text. And what is this first thing? So let's do, this is a function to perform Caesar cipher shifts. Okay. Severed Prince says, I'm glad I found this channel. This is good content I enjoy very much. Underrated channel. Thank you very much, Severed Prince. And yeah, if you're getting something out of this, I'm very happy. Let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about Hack the Planet? Because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so we're writing this this function here called Caesar cipher iterations. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to define another function called the shift, and that's going to take two arguments, the text and the key. So the result, we're going to define that as an empty string because we're going to be adding stuff to this result. So for each character in the text, we're going to do this. We're going to do something. if the character is A to Z, so basically what we're doing is we're checking if the character is a lowercase letter from A to Z. What we're going to do is we're going to add to the result string we're going to run the ord function for that character minus the ord for the A character, and then add the key. So this is basically going to define the shift in the Caesar cipher. So whatever is the shift is going to be A plus the key. And then we're going to do a modulo of 26 because there are 26 letters in the alphabet. And then do an ord on the A again. And if it's not a lowercase letter, or else if this is the uppercase letter, A to Z, I think this is the same thing except for uppercase letters, so I'm just going to copy and paste. Or else, if it is not a uppercase letter or a lowercase letter, then we're just going to add the character itself. Okay, and the last thing we're going to do inside of this code we're going to Marco Polisic says, what does ord do? So ord is the it is the ASCII character or representation for the ASCII character representation for a certain number. So the number, let me get the chart real quick. So ord Python ASCII. So the ord function returns an integer representation of the character passed to it. So for the ASCII characters, the return value is the 7-bit ASCII code. So basically, it turns the ASCII characters into numbers so that we can do math on them. So it turns the letter A into a number, and then it adds a certain number to it, and then we change it back into the ASCII character to finish the encryption. So the ASCII representation of the letter, yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, so let's go back. So what are we doing? We need to iterate through all the shifts. So what we're going to do is for I in range. So 26 letters in the alphabet. Oops. We're going to print with an F string shift I, and then shift I for the whatever iteration it is, and then stop at the second digit, and then shift text I. So if it seems like I'm not very much of a Python coder, I'm not very much of a Python coder. but I try to learn as much code as is required to get this kind of stuff done. Okay, so we've got an encrypted string over here. I guess we call this the encrypted flag. What we're going to do is we're going to run this function right here as the last instruction. So the last instruction, we're going to run the Caesar cipher iterations function on encrypted underscore flag. Okay, so hopefully there are no typos or syntax errors in here. We're going to try saving this out, and let's try running the code. So the code is called rotation.py. Ooh, what do we got? Okay, looks like I'm missing something on line 7. Let me go ahead and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, what am I missing? Character, ord. Wait. Ah, okay, I think this is it. And I need to do the same thing on this one here. Okay. Hold on. I just spotted something. So, okay, we need to... Yeah, I think this... Hopefully this is okay. We're doing it live. What? Oh, no. Okay. The reason why it didn't print was because I didn't specify for it to print. One more time. Okay, so the last thing we do is we run the function, but the problem is we didn't use the print command. So we need to print this whole thing. Okay. It's been a while since I've done a lot of Python stuff. None. What do you mean none? Okay. All right. All right, everybody. I'm just going to... I'm just going to copy paste the code I have here. So this is what I was working off of. Okay. So we've got our Caesar cipher iterations function over here. We need to define a shift with the text and a key. We save the results in this empty string over here. For each character in the text, if we've got a lowercase letter, the result, we're going to add the character ord of this letter, and then we're going to subtract the ord from A and the letter, and then modulo by 26, and then add the ord for A. I'm not too sure why there's so many steps, but that's what we do. The same thing for the uppercase letters, and if it is not an uppercase letter or a lowercase letter, then we just add the character directly. And, oh, I forgot this part. I forgot to return the result. Okay, that's why the code didn't work. Okay. So anyways, we do that for every key, and then we print out the message. Okay, so let's save this out, and then let's run the script. So we see here that it prints out the Caesar cipher shift on all 26 letters of all 26 keys or shifts for the Caesar cipher, and we get all of this output over here. Of course, most of it is gibberish, but what we can do is we can run this, and then we can look for what we know is going to be in the flag. So we can grep for the pattern pico, because we know all the pico CTF flags start with the word pico. So when we run it like that, then we're going to find that shift 18 has what we want. So pico CTF and this flag right here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So if anybody's interested in the code that we were just using, let me let me just paste it into chat. Okay, here you go. I don't know if this is going to paste into, hey, Cybernerd Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Let's see. Shy Hat and Squad, what's up? And what's up, Cybernerd Dante? We're just doing some cryptography stuff. We're almost done our class, and then we're going to be doing our hacking demonstration and then doing our challenge. But why don't you go to hack? Cybernerd Dante, welcome.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Okay. So let's see if I'm just curious if I copy from the chat window, if this is going to be formatted correctly or not. So this is not formatted correctly. This is just one big line. Okay. So I guess if you wanted to just copy that stuff and then paste it into your text editor or something, that would not work out very well. But yeah, all right. So let's do a little summary and then finish off today's class. Here we go. So let's review the cryptographic concepts we learned in this workshop. So we went over some cryptographic terms. We went over ciphertext, which is a cryptographic algorithm used in encryption and decryption. Plain text, a message or piece of text that is not encrypted. Ciphertext, an encrypted message or piece of text. Encryption, the act of transforming plain text into ciphertext. And decryption, the act of transforming ciphertext into plain text. So we talked about the ROT13 cipher, and if you made a connection between the ROT13 cipher and the Caesar cipher, then you are a clever person, because the ROT13 cipher is one implementation of the Caesar cipher. It's probably the easiest one, because we do encryption and decryption exactly the same way. And the ROT13 cipher is a simple substitution cipher where the encryption method is to shift each plaintext letter by 13 positions in the alphabet to form the ciphertext. And lastly, we talked about the Caesar cipher. And the Caesar cipher is a substitution cipher where the method of encryption is to shift each letter of the plaintext by a specific number of letters in the alphabet, and this is called the shift or the key. All right, so what's next? In the next Hacker Frogs After School's cryptography workshop, we're going to take a look at another look at classical ciphers with more commonly used ciphers, such as the Wegener cipher. So, along with the Caesar cipher, the most common cipher you're going to encounter is the Wegener cipher, and we're going to be covering that in the next class. But until next time, Hacker Frogs. Okay, so that's the end of the first part of today's stream. Let's move into the second part. So for the second part of today's stream, we're going to do a hacking demonstration of this Windows machine. So this is the Chimichurri machine from the Hackers Labs website. So this is it's a Spanish language website, but we are going to be getting around these difficulties by using lots of Google Translate. If you're interested in checking out this challenge yourself, you can download the virtual machine from this link over here. Okay, so let me go ahead and start up the virtual machine. These type of challenges require you to download a virtual machine and deploy it to your network, and put it on the same network as an attacker machine, something like a Kali Linux or Parrot OS, something that is so basically a computer that you can use to run security testing. So this is going to take a little bit of time to get going. So let me try out my wonderful Spanish. So it says aplicando la configuración del equipo. That's my best guess. But if you're a Spanish speaker, please let us know in the chat, and maybe we can maybe you'll get a kick out of seeing these hacking exercises done in Spanish. Okay, so I need to run my little YouTube intro And the YouTube intro goes like this. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Chimichurri machine over on the Hacker Labs website. This is a Windows Active Directory challenge, and let's get started. So the first thing we want to do on any of these CTF challenges is we want to locate the machine on our network. So we're going to use the nmap program to figure out where the machine is on our network, and we're going to run the nmap program with the SN flag over here, which is going to conduct a ping sweep. A ping sweep is basically a check to figure out which machines are online on a certain network range, and we give this network range over here. So we run the scan, and we see that there are two VirtualBox machines on this network. So this one over at address number 32, this is our machine, our attacker machine. And this is the target machine over here that we need to do our hacking against. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to copy this IP address, and then I'm going to run another nmap scan on this IP address. We need to give a number of arguments to the nmap command to do our scan properly. So we're going to run everything very verbose with this flag over here. We're going to run this against all the ports on the system with this argument here. We're going to run common scripts and versioning information against the target with this flag over here, and we're going to run it very, very fast. How fast? Well, we're going to run it at a minimum rate of 10,000 packets per second. So that's very, very fast. So the problem is that if you run it very, very fast, there might be some false negatives or false positives that are associated with this. So it's probably not recommended, especially if you're dealing with a machine that is in production. But because we're doing a demonstration, I don't have to worry about that. So with all of these parameters in place, we can run the scan. So let's do that. So we're scanning this machine and figuring out which ports are open on the server, and we see here that we've got a bunch of common Windows ports. We've got port 135, 139, 53. So this is an Active Directory box. So ports like 53 are going to be commonly open. 53 is the DNS service, I do believe. 445 is quite common on Windows boxes. 6969 is not, so that's kind of anomalous. We might want to figure out what that is. And we've got a bunch of ports open on the 40,000 range. That is also quite common for Windows machines. We've got port 5985, which usually runs the WinRM service, which is administrator terminal login. That service is on port 5985. We have, let's see, we've got port 88, which is usually running the Kerberos service, and Kerberos is what Active Directory networks use to do logins. And let's take a look at a more accurate version of, okay. We've got ads running on Twitch, so we're just going to stop for a little bit and take a little break. So for everybody on YouTube, I'm going to run a little ad on YouTube as well. So 3, 2, 1. And we're going to watch some birds for just a minute or so. How about this bird video? For here. Okay. I just need a sip of water. I'm just going to take this opportunity to have a little water. Sabrina Dante says, Burb's doing burb stuff. That's right. Well, I mean, you know, birds have to be very careful because they can't overeat too much, because if you're if birds become fat, they can't fly anymore. So they have to find just enough food to be able to fulfill their caloric needs, but they can't eat so much to become fat because otherwise they won't be able to fly. So what they do is they do a lot of food caching. They hide their food so when they're hungry, they can go and they can find it again. But anyways, let's put the birds away. And then let's start some music. Let us start some music so we can enjoy a little bit of background music while we do our hacking. How about we listen to some Faster Than Light? I love this game. So if anybody finds that the music is too loud or too soft, let us know in the chat and we will adjust the volume. But right now it seems like the volume is okay. Maybe it can be a little softer. Okay. Alright, so let me take a look at my notes and then we can continue. So the first thing we need to do is we should probably figure out what's going on the SMB service. So the SMB service is common to all Windows systems, and it's basically how Windows does file sharing. So on Windows systems, it's very common to, when you're doing pen testing, it's very common to use the netexec program. Seven Prince says, a really good game is Half-Life 2 from my childhood. Yeah, Half-Life 2 is a really good game as well. I don't think I got around to play it. I did play a Half-Life 1, but Half-Life 2 was it looked like a really fun game and had the gravity gun, and you got to throw around all sorts of stuff. That was good times. So we use the netexec program to do security testing against Windows targets. And the netexec program is basically a one-stop shop kind of program that you can use to scan all sorts of protocols on Windows targets. It's usually abbreviated to NXC. What we need to do when we use this program is supply NXC and then a protocol such as SMB and then the IP address. We need to supply a username and password. In this case, we're going to see if there's a guest account on the system. So on Spanish installations of Windows, which this one is, the guest user is called the invitado user. So let's see if this guest account is active on the box. So it looks like the guest account is available on the box. The next thing we want to do is we want to figure out if this user has access to any shares. So we can do that by using this command right here. NXC with the invitado user. We're going to enumerate shares with this flag right here. Okay, and we see that the guest user has access to these different file shares on the Windows system. So the IPC, I think IPC is for printers, I'm pretty sure. But they also have access to this file share right here, which is called drogas. Drogas in Spanish, I've been told means drugs. So I wonder what's in here. So we can access this file share using the SMB client tool. So we're just going to do SMB client. To access the file share, we need to supply a username. In this case, it is invitado, or the guest account. And we need to supply a bunch of backspaces and the IP address, and then a bunch of backspaces and the name of the share, which is drogas. So let's go ahead and access the share using SMB client. We need to enter the password. There is no password, so we just press enter. And we see there is this file in the file share called credenciales.txt. I think this means credentials. I could be wrong, but we're going to download this file. So in SMB client, we can use the get command to download the file. get credentiales.txt, and we've downloaded that file. After that, there's no other files in this file share, so we're just going to exit. So we see that the credentiales.txt file is in here. We're going to read it using the cat command. So there's this message right here. We do not speak Spanish, so we're just going to copy this, and we're going to feed this into Google Translate. So Google Translate, we're going to go from Spanish to English. And what does it say? It says everything is better with the hacker user. On his desktop are his access keys, like a parrot. So this message is pretty important for this particular challenge. It tells us that there's a user on the system called Hacker, Usario Hacker, and it says that the keys are like a parrot. So parrot in Spanish is perico, and this is going to come in. This is going to be an important detail later. But anyways, we can move on from here. We're just going to take note of this note. Take note of the note. Good English. Anyways, and we're going to move on. This is probably a good opportunity to figure out what the names of all the users on the system are. And if you have a valid account... Oh, this is a bit loud. Let me turn this down. Okay. So if you have a valid account on a Windows system, you might be able to brute force all of the user accounts out of that system using netexec. So we're just going to use netexec, but with the same credentials here, invitado, password none. But we're going to use the rid_brute parameter here, and we're going to try to figure out what all of the names of the users are on the system. So we're going to run this. And we're going to see a lot of user accounts. There are a bunch of user accounts and a lot of groups in here as well. We can safely ignore these because these are not user accounts that we can enumerate. So what we can enumerate are these user accounts over here that are in the user ID 1000 range, the ID 1000 range rather. So there's Hacker, there's Chimichurri, which is the computer account over here, DNS admins, DNS update proxy, remote management users. So these are groups. I think the only two users, the only two actual users are these two over here. So the Chimichurri computer account and the Hacker account. So we can add this to a file called users.txt. Let's just create that using nano. And then we can... So there's Hacker and there's Chimichurri. These are the two accounts that we know about. We're going to save this out. And then... what is next? Okay. We should probably investigate another service at this point. So we're going to go back to nmap, and we're going to take a look at all the other services that were exposed through the nmap scanning process. So one that's very, very suspicious over here is this HTTP service that we found on port 6969. So that's nice twice. But the HTTP title for it here is control panel for the Jenkins application. So if anybody doesn't know, the Jenkins application is a CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment. This is used for version control, I think, or deploying different applications. But if anybody knows better, if anybody has a better idea of what the Jenkins application is, lots of people probably do. Let us know in the comments. Okay, so let's investigate this port. So it's port 6969, and the IP address for this machine is going to be 162, 168, 200, 4, 69, 69. Okay, so we see here that this is the Jenkins application as we expected, but there's some important information on the page that has been exposed. So the very fact that we have a version number that is exposed in this landing page, this means that we could enumerate for potential software exploits on the Jenkins application. So I'm just going to copy this over here, and we're going to search for an exploit for this version of Jenkins using the searchploit command. So searchploit is a program that is connected to the exploit database, and the exploit database is basically a big collection of different exploits for different software versions or in different OS versions as well. So we can use this to search for potential exploits. So if we search for this particular version of Jenkins, we don't find anything. When you're doing searchploit for exploits for software versions, you can actually be a little more vague about it. So for example, you can get rid of numbers. So we do 2.361 instead. We don't find anything. But if we search for just 2, so Jenkins version 2, we're going to find a lot of different stuff. We're going to see here that there is something for Jenkins version 2.441. And if you remember, 2.441 is actually greater than our current version. So our current version is 2.361.4, and there's a vulnerability for version 2.441. So if there are vulnerabilities for later versions of software, that means that the vulnerability might exist for previous versions of that software. So in this case, we're going to try using this exploit right here for local file inclusion. So this is associated with this number right here. We're going to copy that number, and then we're going to run searchploit-m. So searchploit-m is going to copy the exploit file that you specify over to your current directory. So in this case, it's going to copy this exploit for Jenkins 2.441 local file inclusion to our current directory as 51993.py. So we can try running that program. And what it's going to do is going to tell us that we need to supply some arguments. So we need this argument right here, -u URL. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is the URL right here for the Jenkins application. HTTP, this IP address right here on port 6969. We're going to supply this, and then it's going to ask us what file we want to download. So before we do our exploitation over here, let's just talk about what kind of exploit this is in the first place. Let's use nano to edit the file. Oops, in the wrong directory. So what is this? So the exploit title is Jenkins 2.441 local file inclusion, and basically what this lets us do is it lets us read files that are on the web server, but not necessarily files that are being served on the website, but any file on the actual system, as long as we know where that file is. So that's how the local file inclusion vulnerability works. So it doesn't tell us too many more details about this, but let's get out of here. And let's go back to our exploit in progress. So it wants a file to download. So it took me a little bit of time to figure this out, but it basically wants a file path for the file that we want to access. Before we do this, let's take a look at the credentiales.txt file again. So it says that everything is better with the user hacker on his desktop. So the hacker user's desktop in this case the desktop directory, are his access keys like a parrot, which in Spanish is the word perico. So this is a little bit tricky, but we have to access this particular file, the parrot file on the hacker user's desktop directory. So if we put all the clues together, then you have to access the user's hacker desktop perico.txt file. So that's what the clue is pointing us to. So if we try to access this file, oh, this was the wrong tab. Let's go to the correct tab. Okay, file to download, let's place that in. Okay, and it tells us the contents of the file. So the contents of the file are hacker perico69. So this is a set of credentials. So we can just copy this, and we're going to create a little file called, let's get out of this, this exploit shell. We're going to create a file called creds.txt. This is where we're going to store all of our credentials. So if we capture a set of credentials, we're going to store them here. So the hacker user's credentials is perico69. Let me just copy this. Okay, we're going to save that out. Then we're going to go back to our netexec. So now that we've captured this set of credentials, we can test them. So the user is hacker, the password is perico69, and first we need to confirm that this is that these are legitimate credentials. Okay, so these are legitimate credentials. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to try to figure out if they have access to WinRM, which is the login service. If they do, then we're in great shape. And it turns out we do have access to WinRM. Remember that WinRM is basically terminal access that is usually granted to administrators. And we can tell that we have access with the WinRM service as the hacker user, because this is the output from netexec. So this plus sign over here tells us that we do have access. And it says pwned over here because it's usually the case that only administrator users have access to WinRM, which means that if we got legitimate credentials for the WinRM service, then it's probably going to be for administrator user. We're going to find out that this is not the case in just a second. But anyways, let's talk a little bit about these services that we're going to be exploiting here. So we're taking advantage of the WinRM service, and the Windows Remote Management WinRM service provides a PowerShell terminal access to a Windows server. So usually what you do is you use PowerShell to access another server using WinRM. In this case, we don't have PowerShell, so we can't do it this way. So WinRM access is usually limited to administrator levels users, but that's not always the case. So the typical method of accessing WinRM is through a PowerShell terminal, but Linux users can use the Evil WinRM program to interact with the service. So Evil WinRM is a program that comes pre-installed on Kali Linux machines, and we're going to use that to access the WinRM service. So WinRM, actually it's called Evil WinRM. We have to provide an interface, in this case an IP address. This is the IP address. We have to provide a username, and we need to provide a password. So we're going to log in. We ask who am I? It says we are the Chimichurri hacker user, which means that we've successfully broken in. And that means we're going to call on our good friend, Scary Hacker Voice Man, to talk about it.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we compromise a server and break in. And hello, Mr. Chimichurri administrator. you thought it would be okay to leave cryptic messages on your SMB file share and then deploy a vulnerable version of Jenkins, huh? Well, that was a big mistake. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Cybernauta says, we're in. Yes, we are in. And thank you very much. Let's, well, we don't have a we're in message, but we do have a we're in message. It's the War Games one.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, if you haven't seen the War Games movie, it's actually very, very relevant to the stuff that we've been seeing these days with AI advances. But it's a pretty good movie nonetheless. And it's about hacking stuff. Alright, so we are on the system, and we are the hacker user. The first thing we probably want to do when we do privilege escalation, which is trying to gain the highest level of privileges on a particular system, is to run the whoami privileges command. So on Windows, it's going to be whoami/priv. And we're going to see that we have this privilege over here, which is called SE impersonate privilege. So this is a pretty common privilege to abuse on Windows boxes, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this right now. So this is the privilege escalation SE impersonate privilege. And the SE impersonate privilege is a feature which allows a user to perform commands in the context of other users. So the privilege is typically associated with service accounts like IIS, SQL Server, and with administrator accounts. So we guess we could say that the hacker account is kind of like an administrator account because it has this kind of privilege. But more importantly, using SE impersonate. Thank you very much for OreoBite for raiding with a party of 8. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And we're just doing a little Windows hacking demonstration over here. We've just arrived on the box, and we found that we have this SE impersonate privilege. My name is the Shy Hat, and I like to do little hacking tutorials. I do classes, I do walking hacking demonstrations, and we do challenges as well. So if you're interested in learning about some Windows hacking, this is the place for you. But OreoBite, what did you get up to on your stream? Were you hacking Try Hack Me challenges or Hack the Box challenges? Let me know. But welcome, Raiders. And I've got just the classic meme for everybody to look at over here. So this is a Blast from the Past meme. OreoBite says, debugging my evasion tool and redoing my notes structure all over again. Well, I mean, seems like a fun thing to do. If you're going to get some work done, you might as well get some work done and talk with some cool people while you're at it. And I don't know any cooler people than cybersecurity people. But welcome OreoBite, and welcome Raiders. Okay, so let's continue. So we've got our SE impersonate privilege. And using the SE impersonate privilege, attackers can elevate privileges to system or administrator level either through token theft or named pipes. And how do we do this? So we do this with potato exploits. The potato family of Windows exploits all leverage the SE impersonate privilege in different ways to achieve elevated access on Windows targets. So which potato exploit to use on a target largely depends on the version of Windows being used. And in this case, we're going to be using the Juicy Potato variant. So let's talk a little bit about how we identify which version of the potato exploit to try on a particular Windows system. So over on netexec. So we were using netexec to do our enumeration. And one of the things that NetExec is very good at doing is identifying the version of Windows being used. And in this case, it identifies the version of Windows being used as Windows 10/Server 2016. So if you go online and you search for something like which potato exploit Windows, you're going to get this. You're going to see this article over here that talks about all of the different Windows potato exploits, because you can't use one potato exploit on every single Windows box, because they keep on patching and fixing against the vulnerabilities, and we have to they develop more and more different potato exploits to use. If anybody's interested in the article I'm looking at right now, this is it. But they've got a TLDR, and it says here, if you don't want to use the sweet potato, I've never used the sweet potato before, it says if the machine is greater than Windows 10, 1809, and Windows Server 2019, we use the rogue potato. But if the machine is before Windows 10, 1809, and before Windows Server 2019, we use the juicy potato. So this target is Windows Server 2016. So this is the case here, and we have to use we should use the juicy potato. So we can actually Google for this. So juicy potato GitHub. And this is the link that shows up. So what we need to do to get the juicy potato working is we need to download the binary to our attacker machine, and we can do that from this link right here. So in the sidebar, there's the releases. I'm just going to open that up, and there's the juicypotato.exe file. We're just going to copy that link, and then we're going to download it. OreoBite says, "What is this? What is this emote? Cyborg Bongo Cat. Awesome, awesome. That's a great emote. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know about that." Okay, so let's go ahead and download this binary. So over here on my Kali Linux box, we're just going to wget and then download the juicy potato binary. Okay, so the binary is now downloaded, and now we can upload this to our target Windows machine. So we go back to our netcat shell over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to move into this hacker user's home directory. So we're inside the user's hacker directory over here, and they probably have access to this machine. Oh, I've given away my... I've tipped my hand a little bit. I moved over the netcat binary beforehand. But let's go ahead and recreate these steps. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the juicy potato binary to run a command. And we're going to run that command in the context of the NT authority system user, which means that we're going to be able to get a NT system authority reverse shell. Okay, there's ads running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break. And while the break is running, I'm going to run an ad on YouTube as well. So YouTube ad in 3, 2, 1. And during the breaks, we're not going to progress, but instead we're going to watch some birds. So this is one of my favorite videos. These are the little Stellar J hatchlings, and they're just having a little bird bath. Enjoy. I'm going to take a little sip of water. So the great thing about little baby birds is that little baby birds are very, very photogenic, and they're usually engage in goofier behavior than adults. So you usually find baby birds being super curious, and they also love taking baths. Anyways, let's we might do more bird bath videos a little later, but let's put the birds away. Okay, so what we want to do is transfer some tools over to the Windows system, and we want to transfer the netcat binary, which is going to let us get a reverse shell connection, and we're also going to transfer over the juicy potato binary so that we can pair it up with the netcat binary. So what we're going to do is we got the juicy potato binary in our temporary directory. We're going to copy over the netcat binary here as well. So on Kali Linux, there are a number of Windows binaries on here as well. So we can copy one over to our current directory here by running this command here. Okay. So after that, we've got both the netcat binary and the juicy potato exploit binary over here. And Capture Flags Not Fields says, "Evening, nerds." Hello, Capture Flags Not Fields. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a warm welcome. How about a desert frog? Okay, everybody. So, and welcome to the stream, Capture Flags Not Fields. We're just working on this Active Directory machine over here. It is called Chimichurri, and an interesting thing about this box is that this box is vulnerable to the zero logon exploit, and I used it to quickly get root. But that was not the intended path. The other Active Directory machine that I looked at on this website was also vulnerable to the zero logon vulnerability, which I used to quickly get root. But I went back later and I used the intended path for these two machines, and it was much more fun. But if you're interested in taking a look at this machine, this is the link. Okay, so the two files are here. We're going to upload them to our target now. So netcat over here. Sorry, netexec. We're going to use the evil1rm upload function to upload these files. So we're just going to upload netcat.exe, and then we're going to upload juicy potato.exe, but we're going to save it as something else. We're going to save it as jp.exe because juicy potato is kind of a pain in the butt to keep on typing over and over again. Okay. So we see here that the netcat copied over successfully, but the other file was... Hold on. Did the juicy potato binary disappear? Was it swallowed? Let me just try uploading. Upload juicypotato.exe. Oh, no. Okay, juicy potato's here. I wonder what happened there. Anyways, let's go ahead and prepare to use the juicy potato exploit. So to use the juicy potato exploit, what we're going to do is we're going to use the exploit to run netcat to give us a reverse shell. So that means we're going to set up a reverse shell ahead of time. I'm going to go to another tab, and I'm going to use rlwrap, which is a nice little utility program that we can pair with netcat to get added functionality in our netcat shells. So it's going to let us do move around in our terminal as well as do command history. So we're going to run netcat on port 443, my favorite port. And this is the listener for the reverse shell. On our target here, we're going to run juicypotato.exe. So the potato exploits all require a certain amount of command syntax to run. And let me demonstrate what that command syntax is over here. So it's kind of long. We've got juicypotato.exe. I need to adjust the name of this, so it's juicypotato.exe. So along with this command, we have to supply a number of different arguments. So first of all, we need to supply a port that's not being used, a listener port. In this case, this port is usually not in use on any Windows systems. We need to supply a command that we're going to run with juicypotato, and we're going to run the Windows System32 cmd.exe command. So we're basically going to run a command, and we need to supply an argument to the command. So with the cmd.exe command, we're going to run this program right here. So the C users hacker netcat.exe binary. We're going to use that binary to create a connection to our machine on this IP address on this port right here. And when we connect, we're going to execute the command prompt. So this is this portion of the command. Let me double check to see if our IP address is this one right here. It looks like our IP address has changed. We're at address number 32. So I need to adjust that command. Okay, let's adjust this. Remember everybody, hacking is very precise. If you do not spell properly, if you do not use correct syntax, you do not get to hack, and then you'd be very sad. The last thing we have to do is we have to supply a CLSID with this portion right here. And CLSIDs are basically, they're little IDs that are associated with different services and different users. And to get the correct CLSID, you can go to this website, which is the one for Juicy Potato, and you can click on this link that goes to interesting CLSIDs on several Windows versions. So you would go to here, and then we would look up the version of Windows that the target's using. In this case, the target's using Windows Server 2016 Standard. So we click on that, and then we see that there are a bunch of different CLSIDs associated with different targets, with different services and different users. So for example, this one here is being used in the context of the NT Authority system user, and this is a CLSID. So you have to look this up, and you need to plug this in when you're using the Juicy Potato exploit, otherwise it's not going to work. Sometimes the CLSIDs are not going to work. One specific one that might not work, so you have to switch these out to figure out which CLSID is going to work on this system. So I find that this one works on this system, so we're going to go ahead and run the command. Juicy Potato is going to take advantage of the SE impersonate privilege. It's going to run the command.exe program to run the netcat.exe program to create a reverse shell to our target in the context of the NT Authority system user. Okay, so we go ahead and run that, and it says Juicy Potato not found. Hold on. Oh, this is the wrong window. Okay, this is the Kali Linux window. Sorry. We need to go over here where we're actually logged into the Windows target. Okay, let's run that. So it says here, we run the exploit. It tests this CLSID, and it tests this listener port over here. So it says that it is running in the context of NT Authority system, and it says created with process token OK. Create process with token is OK. So let's go ahead and take a look at our reverse shell. So the reverse shell was caught, and we now have access to the Windows system. Remember, because the reverse shell was created by the NT Authority system process, the reverse shell that we get is in the context of the NT Authority system user, and we have now rooted the target. So that means...
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we're very close to finishing this exercise. All we need to do now is to move into the administrator's desktop directory and then get the flag file. So we are the NT Authority system user. If we take a look at what groups we belong to, we basically belong to every group, which includes the administrator group, which means we have complete access to all the files on the system. So yeah, the administrator's directory, we're part of that. So let's move into that directory. So we've got administrador. Remember, this is a Spanish system, so it's not administrator, it's administrador. CD administrador, CD desktop, and this is the root flag over here. So when we read this file, we've effectively completed the challenge. So we're not going to read this file in a traditional sense, because the organizers over at the Hackers Labs probably don't want people to reveal flags on these kind of walkthrough videos or live streams. So what we're going to do is we're going to type root.txt to read it, but we're going to redirect that output into a file called iRead_root.txt. So it says exceso denegado. Exceso denegado. Are you sure? We weren't able to read this. Huh. Hold on. I want to take control of this directory. Let me just look up how to do that real quick. Let's see. Windows command line give read access to directory. Okay, so over here, specify the directory or file you want to change, type grant. ICA-CLS. Okay. ICA-CLS. ICA-CLS, and then specify the directory or file you want to change. Okay. So this would be C users administrator desktop root.txt, and then type grant, specify the user or group you want to grant permissions to. To current user. Okay. Let me just try asking the AI. Let's try ChatGPT. Okay, I am doing a Windows CTF challenge, and I am using the NT Authority system user. I want to give myself access to a specific file for read access. What command do I use? Okay, so let's see. Grant your username R. your username. So in my case, I use the username nt30 system. You don't need to grant access to yourself. You need to grant access to your normal user account. Find your actual user account by running. Okay, well, that means that we would have to give the access to the hacker user, right? Well, actually, wait. If you wanted to grant access to all users, you could use grant everyone. Grant everyone. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, let's do that. Copy that. This is a little bit. This was unexpected. Okay. So the path is going to be C users administrator desktop root.txt grant everyone R. Okay, I don't know if this went through correctly or not, so I'm just going to do some Google Translate. Error, well, no mapping between account names and security IDs was performed. Huh. So it seems like it didn't go through. Yeah, access denied. Okay, let's give access to the hacker user. Okay, so it looks like I was able to give access to the hacker user, which means if we log in as the hacker user, we should be able to read the file now. So let's go back to the hacker user, and we're going to type C users administrator desktop root.txt, output that to C users hacker iRead root.txt. Okay, so we were able to access the root.txt file, and we create this file called iRead root.txt, which means we've effectively finished the box. Wow, that extra step took a little while to do. But thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough for the Chimichurri challenge over at thehackerslabs.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough video, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, Hacker Frogs out. All right, everybody, we're not actually ending our stream, but but that was my YouTube outro because I need to turn these walkthroughs into YouTube videos and then put them up on my channel. Thank you very much. All right, so everybody, if anybody has any suggestions for what you want to see on this channel, please let us know because I want to let people see what they want to see on the channel as long as it's security related. I'm going to be developing a program for, let's see, for binary exploitation in the future. So binary exploitation, and I'm probably going to be using the challenges over at Pico CTF to do so. So if you've never done binary exploitation before, it's a pretty fun form of hacking where you're basically trying to take advantage of vulnerable programs and try to get them to do things that they shouldn't do. If you're interested and you have an account over at picoctf.com, you can take a look at the challenges over here. And one thing about binary exploitation is that there's kind of a there's a steeper learning curve to learning binary exploitation than there is for some other type of hacking, because you have to understand low-level instructions on the computer, and you have to understand low-level programming languages like assembly and C language. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start going through some of the tutorials over at asmtutor.com. So asmtutor.com is a little website where you can do tutorials on how to achieve different output with assembly language instructions. So for example, there's lesson 1 over here. This is basically learning how to do the Hello World program with assembly. And the Hello Program World with assembly looks like this. It's not super simple like it would be with a more high-level language like Python, but there is something really interesting about learning how to work with memory registers and these really low-level computer instructions. So if you're interested in taking a look at ASM Tutor, then I will provide the link over here. And we might be doing that starting next week. I think it's going to be a lot of fun because binary exploitation really feels like some hacking, because you're getting Snipe It. Hello chat says suggestions for learning Python. So Snipe It, are you learning Python right now? I think on the Reddit for Hacker Frogs. So the Hacker Frogs Reddit over here, we've got a thread. We've got a bunch of threads on where to learn. Snipe It says, I started with KQL. I do not know what KQL is. Let me look that up real quick. KQL Python. KQL. But anyways, on the Reddit over here, we've got a bunch of threads, and we've got a thread for learning about Python as well. Let's see. Python. Where are we at? Python language learning resources. Okay, here we go. Let me copy the link for the thread. There you go. Custo query language. So we've got a bunch of different links over here for Python education. And what I recommend is these two courses over here from Skills for All. So over here, skillsforall.com, Python Essentials 1. They've got 2 courses, and I've worked through the courses, and they are excellent. This particular course is sponsored by Cisco, and Cisco is one of the biggest tech companies out there. They basically make a bunch of networking equipment, and they've got a bunch of certificates that are specific to their networking equipment, just in case you were wondering how big that company is. But we've got other links over here as well for a bunch of other websites that you can use to learn Python for free. And yeah, I hope you have fun with it. Okay, so let's continue on to our hacking challenge today. So our hacking challenge is going to be against the DC03 challenge right here. So DC03 is DC is a series of challenges made by this user right here, Jose M something, and these have all proven to be very, very difficult challenges. Well, for me, anyways. Maybe for some other people, they're super simple. If you want to join in with us and do some Active Directory hacking, there is the link for the virtual machine. You can download it and deploy it to your own network. I need to shut down my current machine and start up the new machine. I'm going to do that right now. Okay. So under the notes here it says, something realistic I think, you tell me. So hopefully there's nothing too CTF-like about this box. Sometimes, especially when you're doing Active Directory challenges, you don't want everything to be super game-like. You want to do something that that feels like real life. But anyways, let's go ahead and start the challenge. So the machine is up. It is running over here. Hold on. All my windows disappeared. I need to pull them back up again. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup over here. Need to go ahead and reset my terminals. So as usual, if anybody has any questions about cybersecurity in general, or about the challenge that we're doing in particular, or any of the commands that we're using, please let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can, and as soon as possible. So netexec, okay. Alright, let's locate the system on our network. So we would do that with a little nmap command. So nmap, we do a ping sweep on the network, and our machine is right here on address number 32. The address we want to hack against is number 30. So let's go ahead and run another nmap scan against that IP address. So it's going to be number 30. We're going to run it very verbose. We're going to run it against all ports. We're going to run common scripts and versioning information. We're going to run it very, very fast with this right here. Okay, let's figure out what's on this box. Alright, so we find port 445, 139, 135. Very, very typical. We know that this is running Active Directory because there are a bunch of Active Directory ports exposed as well. So ports like 88 and 53. These are, I think 389 is an LDAP port. Could be wrong. We see that there is a WinRM available on this box as well. Okay, so we can actually start enumerating right now before this is finished. We can start enumerating the SMB protocol using netexec. So we're going to do SMB. This is address number 30. Capture flags and fields. What's your favorite nmap string? So yeah, that looks pretty typical. That looks pretty close to what I do as well. So the one that I just ran looks like this. So I'll just paste in the chat just in case anybody's wondering. It looks a little bit different from capture flag not fields nmap settings as well. But what is the --open? What is the --open argument there? I don't think I've used that one before. All right, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So while the ads are running on Twitch, I'm going to run a little ad on YouTube. So everybody watching on YouTube, ads in 3, 2, 1, and let's run some bird videos. There you go. And I'm going to take a little drink. Just a second, everybody. Capture flags not field says will only scan open ports, not filtered or closed. I thought that was the. I know that you don't get. I wonder what the practical difference is if you use the --open flag versus not. Let me give it a try. But anyways, oh man, I love watching these guys. They're always so fun. Let's put them away, and then let's try this again. Okay, we've got our report over here. I'm going to try running the same thing, the same nmap scan, but I'm going to try the -- open flag, like what capture flags not feels likes to do. Let me go ahead and try that on another tab. Let's see. Capture flags in the field says reducing clutter in scan results when looking for live services, speeding up analysis by ignoring closed filtered ports. Useful for scripting when you only care about active services. But it does. This output does look a little bit more. It does look a little cleaner. It looks a little cleaner than the one I did previous to this. Actually, maybe it doesn't. Not sure. But that's interesting. I might be playing around with that parameter over the next couple days. Thank you very much for talking about that. Capture flags not fields. Okay, so let's see what is going on here. So simple DNS plus 53 port 88. This is Kerberos, right? NetBIOS LDAP. Thank you very much for following K4eel. K4eel? Keel? Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you very much. And I will pronounce it correctly. Hopefully. But why don't you have a fun hack the planet on me? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Kale brow. Kale brow? Kale. I'll call you Kale, how about that? Kale says, I think you are the only person making streams of cybersecurity on Twitch. Thank you very much for the Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you very much, Kale. And let me give you one of these. Did you know that Unix systems will protect you from dinosaurs? It's a Unix system. There you go. Ooh, need to spell that correctly. It's a Unix. There you go.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
The Unix system will tell you everything. But anyways, I'm not the only person on Twitch who's streaming cybersecurity stuff. Let me give you a list of links for other people who are doing cybersecurity stuff. Kale says, I'm a SOC analyst and I do pen testing in my free time. Oh, that's great to hear. Do you work with tools like NetExec and GoBuster and Nmap and all of our other fun tools? If you are, let us know. But yeah, awesome. But here's a link. These are all of the well, these are not all of them, but this is a list of a bunch of cybersecurity people who do stuff on Twitch and YouTube. Kale says they have their AEJPT V2. Awesome. I also have that certification. I think, Leo, you need to... You don't use the exclamation point. So if you want to do the Hack the Planet redeem, you don't use the exclamation point. But thank you very much and welcome, Leo. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we're doing another Windows challenge now, and I think we can go ahead and do our NetExec enumeration now. So this is the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out if there's a guest user. So I think this is an English version of Windows for once. So we can just look for guest. So status account disabled. So there's no... So we can't get usernames like this. We can't get through the guest account. The guest account has been disabled. But there are a couple of other methods that we can use to try to get user enumeration. One is called Kerberoot. So there's a program that abuses the Kerberos service. And the program is called Kerberoot, and we can download it. So if anybody's wondering, this is the repository I'm looking at here. I'm just going to go over to the releases, and I'm going to download it for Linux AMD 64. And then download it using wget. Okay, and then we're going to make the file executable. And I forget how to run. Okay, here we go. So we're going to brute some usernames. Kale says, "Do you have LinkedIn, or do you keep your identity in the internet making streams?" So I do have LinkedIn. Why don't you send me a message on over Twitch? Send me a DM, and we can exchange LinkedIn. I'm actually live on LinkedIn right now, but nobody really watches on LinkedIn because they'd rather be I don't know what people on LinkedIn do. They post about all of their job stuff. Okay, I think brute user. I don't think we want to brute user. We want to. Let me take a look at the program. We want to do something else inside of with Kerberoot. We want to get usernames. So we want to user enum. Okay. So we're going to run user enum, and we need to provide a word list. So the word list is a bunch of... It's going to be a bunch of usernames. So let's look for the sec lists and look for user names. So we've got 10 million usernames over here. Let's go ahead and try these ones. Where was that? Okay. Okay, so we're going to supply a list of usernames. I'm actually going to do this inside another tab. How about over here? Okay, we found some names. So we've got Charlie. Charlie is a valid username. Administrator also. But we don't know Charlie's password, but we know that this user exists. Okay, so from here we can start creating a usernames list. So we know there's Charlie, and we know there's administrator. I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to create a little file called users.txt. Administrator is pretty obvious, but Charlie is less obvious. So these are a list of users so far. Looks like we're not finding any other ones. But this is a very handy program, Kerberoot. It can be used for both brute forcing, and it can also be used for user enumeration. User enumeration is probably the more useful. RWRead11. Interesting. Let's add this one. Okay, let's add it. Okay, so in the meantime, we can probably take a look at what else is going on in this box. are there any obvious targets? So we've got DNS. We've got... Okay, so there are no other ports that that we can attack right now. All right. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to scan for some common SMB vulnerabilities. Oh, over here. Okay. So common vulnerability, SMB vulnerabilities like MS17010, which is Eternal Blue. We can figure out, like, it's probably not vulnerable to Eternal Blue. Right. Oh, generate a user list. Huh. Okay, so MS17101 didn't work. That's fine. There's no Eternal Blue on this target. That's fine. How about zero logon? We can see if there's zero logon on the target as well. 443. 443 was open. 443 was open. Let's check. Oh, I closed it instead. Hold on. I need to create a new tab, and we'll call this nmap again. Okay, let's nmap this thing again. Okay, I think... No, I think you might have mistaken 443 for 445. Yeah, there's no HTTPS. I don't think so. No worries. I get, there's... You know what? I really appreciate having more people watching me do these CTF boxes, because you guys spot all sorts of stuff that I miss. But if you guys say that something is there, I will double check, because, you know, I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay, so we also print server. That's a valid user account? Sure, let's add that to the list. Kale says this is recon. So yeah, we're just doing some, well, we haven't found anything that we can really attack right now. We would call this active recon because we're actually interacting with the system. If any system administrators were watching this, they would probably see their logs light up like a Christmas tree. Well, this is a CTF, right? This is a CTF exercise, but you know, if we were trying to be realistic about this, then the blue team would probably detect us doing all these scans. But attack failed, target is probably patched, that's fine. So I'm glad that there's no zero logon, because I've found this on too many machines. So what else can we do? We can do some brute forcing. So we can do curbrute again. And we can do brute user against Charlie. So we found the user. Yeah, we found the user Charlie. We're gonna see if they're using a weak password by trying to brute force with the curbrute program. So brute forcing with Kerberos is probably better than brute forcing with SMB, because SMB usually, I don't think you can lock out users who are trying to do brute force attacks with Kerberos. I could be wrong, but I do know that it is possible to lock out users by doing brute forcing with SMB. "20 steps." You guys are sure having a... Let's see. At what point? CTF, yeah. Okay. So once we have a valid username and once we have a valid set of credentials, then we're pretty good. But we don't have that yet. We're just going to do some brute forcing against this this user over here. If it doesn't work for this user, we might try a couple of the other users, because there's also this W read user that we could try out as well. Actually, we might as well do brute forcing against this user as well. Let me create another tab so I can do brute forcing against that user as well. We'll call this brute force 2. And I guess we can also make this orange. There you go. Okay, so what was the name of the user? wread 11. Snippet says it's kind of weird that the Charlie accounts all have different case-sensitive characters. I think it's giving us a valid response for all of these, so that means that the case doesn't matter. So if you do Charlie with one capital, or if you do it all capitals, it's still going to be valid for this system. So we also found a Clio 2 user account. Anyways, we're going to brute against this. We've already got brute working against this. And I guess we could do a third brute force. We can brute force all of the users at the same time, as long as we have enough tabs. There you go. Brute 3. And what was the name of the user again? Clio 2. Okay. Let's see. What ports are open? So these ports are open. Let me take a look here. So I got 53, 88, 135, 139, 389, 445, 464, 5. Yeah. So the thing is that none of these look like something I can attack directly. So I'm just going to have to hold off on interacting with these ports for right now. I guess... I don't think we need valid credentials to do ASREP roasting. That's another Active Directory attack. So let me look up how to do ASREP roasting real quick. I think it's wiki. So NetExec has a wiki that you can look up for different attacks running different functions. So NetExec, let's look up ASREP. Okay, so ASREP roasting, we can do it without authentication. Alright, so let's... set the password value to empty string to perform the test without authentication. Okay. So we're going to try to do some ASREP roasting here. So it looks like our brute forcing is not bearing fruit, but that's okay. Let's do some ASREP roasting. Okay, so if this ASREP roasting attack works, then we will be able to identify users who don't need to provide passwords to authenticate to Kerberos, which means we'll have a valid credential pair. Although it looks like this might not work. What do you mean no root to host? Hold on.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Snipe It, thank you. What do you mean communication error 26? I'm not using 26. What's going on here? No root to host? Why is it trying to connect to IP address number 26? Wait. Is the problem that the IP address is hard-coded here? This is odd. Brute force 3. Let's make this orange as well. Yeah, for some reason it's trying to connect to IP address number 26. This seems really strange. Let me feed this to the AI. Maybe it can tell us something. Okay, so let's see. ChatGPT. I'm running netexec, and I get this output. What is wrong? Snippet says, "Love that movie." Yeah, the Hackers movie. It's a classic, and we all know that's the movie that taught us how to hack the planet. It indicates that your system cannot reach the Kerberos KDC, Key Distribution Center. On this IP address at port 88. This issue is likely one of the following. Wrong KDC address. The KDC might not be at this IP address. Try verifying the correct KDC by running this, okay? This should return the correct domain controller handling Kerberos authentication. Network connectivity issue. So check if you can reach the KDC. Ensure that you're running the correct domain for your command. Okay. If this is not the actual KDC, check. Confirm the correct DC. Ensure that NXE is using the correct Kerberos settings by adding this one over here. Ah, okay. So I think I might need to add this to the command because the domain controller is at number 30. Let's go ahead and try adding this portion to the command. Okay, let's check in on our brute forcing. So brute forcing, nope. Brute forcing, no. Brute forcing, no. No brute forcing here. Capture Flags Not Field says, fun fact, the 1983 movie War Games was so realistic it caught President Reagan's attention, leading to discussions that helped shape early U.S. cybersecurity policy and the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1986. Well, thank you very much, Flags Not Fields. Yeah, that's that is a fun little fact. So if you take a look at if you look at the Wikipedia article for War Games, it talks about that. Looks like my network is slowing down. I must be getting hacked. Wait, no, War Games movie. There we go. If anybody is interested, this is the, let's see, critical response. Huh, they don't talk about the... I could have sworn that I saw the Ronald Reagan stuff in this article, but maybe I hallucinated that. Oh well. Okay, so what were we doing? Unrecognized arguments. You... ChatGPT, you fooled me again. Okay, let's see, With authentication, you can also do it like this. Cracking with Hashcat. I think this might be a problem. If this machine is configured to have this IP address, and it did not receive this IP address, this might prevent us from going any further on this box. So I need to figure this out. Actually, wait. Maybe we can use the DC argument instead. DNS IP, are you talking about an argument? And Pebble, nice to see you here. Were you streaming last Sunday? I don't think were you streaming last Sunday, Pebble? Let me know. Oh, you were taking the exam, okay. How do you do on the exam? Or is that something you're supposed to reveal like on Sunday? With a big announcement and a video and stuff. So we're just doing some as rep roasting. Looks like that's not it. DNS IP. DNS. Oh, already revealed in the Discord. That means you passed, right? Got a passing score. Working on the report right now. You got like a full week to work on it. How did you find it compared to OSCP? It was harder, right? The attacks were more sophisticated, or you had to use like a 10-day exam. Yeah, CPTS is not. It's no joke. So I need to. Okay, I need to tell NetExec that the key distribution center is at a different IP address, because I've got an error over here because it's trying to contact this other IP address that doesn't exist. So let's search for this. So this is the KDC IP address. Let's try searching for that. I typically use impacket get np users for asrep roasting. Maybe I should try that. Maybe I should try that. It would be nice. Well, it'd be nice to sort this out. I might be doing it later. I think my system might be slowing down right now because I'm doing 3 brute force attacks at the same time. But let's open up yet another tab and impacket get np users. Yeah, nice to see you again, Pebble. And yeah, are you going to be talking a lot about your experience with the CPTS exam on your next live stream? I'd really like to hear about what it was like. Okay, so how do you run this command? Let's just try. It'll probably tell us the syntax. Can't go too in depth. Okay, I'll say as much as I can. All right. Well, you know, don't get yourself banned or anything. Let's see. DC host name, DC IP address. The IP address, the host name. I guess we can use the IP address. DC IP. What is this? This one is 30. Okay, what else do we need to do? We need to specify an output file. How hard is CPTS compared to Dante/Zephyr? Pebble, you did Dante, right? You did Dante. You've done a few of those endgame networks, right? Zephyr was helpful for sure. Is it mostly how much Active Directory was it versus Linux stuff? Pebble, was it mostly like Active Directory stuff with just a few Linux boxes? How many boxes did you have to compromise in total? So output file, let's call it output.txt. What else do we need? Target domain, username, password. Positional arguments. Do we need to... So password is going to be blank. Username, I guess we can just use Charlie. And the domain is going to be soup ed code. I think that's it. Devil says it was doing boxes, a lot of boxes. 5 total. The update to the exam gives user inside the network. Not like you're doing an external pen test, so it simplifies the process and makes it akin to an actual pen test. See example 4. Requests GTTs for users in a file. Okay, no pass. Users file. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you for the hints. I've never used this one before. Actually, I think I might have used it once. Oh, you need to supply a target, right? Okay, so the target's going to be... Okay, let's do this. Oh, Pebble, I've got some new redeems on my channel now. What do you think of this one? So domain should be specified. So it should be, the domain should be what? So soup ed code. That's going to be the domain. .local. So like this. Obnoxious little frog. Well, some people think it's super cute. Other people do not. I guess you fall into the latter. What am I looking for? So like this. Domain / local. Like the example. Okay. Whoops. That's... Next example, number 4. Okay, so they all don't have it. Let's, okay, so administrator doesn't, Charlie doesn't. I wonder if there's some other DC01. That would be really funny if the actual computer account was vulnerable to this. Let's go ahead and try adding that to the list. Okay, let's try this one more time. So otherwise, I'm already doing a bunch of brute force attacks using Kerbrute. What else could I be doing right now? We can't do Kerber roasting. Let's see. Pebble says, did you check the quick wins? Null authentication, guest authentication, null RPC access, anonymous LDAP bind, etc. So I don't think I've ever done null RPC access or anonymous LDAP. Guest account was disabled, yeah. LDAP bind, I've never done anonymous LDAP bind before. So I'm gonna have to look that up. If you've got some links, I would appreciate that. Anonymous LDAP bind. Actually, can I do it with the netexec? If I can, then LDAP authentication. And what was the other one? The other one was called null RPC access. Oh, then, well, if we can do it with netexec. Enumerate null sessions. Okay, let's check this out. So we've got hack tricks. Great, great, great. Appreciate all the links.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Check null credentials or if your credentials are valid. Okay, so LDAP search. Okay. What is the difference between these two? Oh, we need a username password for one of them. Okay, so it's LDAP IP, right? What is D? Is D domain controller? What is W? What is B? I need to take a look at some examples. D and W is user and pass. You want null there. Okay. D, W are okay. And what's this last thing over here? The B. DC equals subdomain. DC equals domain. Okay. So that would be soup ed decode dot local, and DC is local IP address, right? Okay, so 1G, 1Glo. Thank you very much for following, 1Glo. Thank you. You are now Hacker Frog, and why don't you have one of these? Oh, okay.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, operation error. So it should be soup decode and DC equals local. Nothing. Okay, this is a negative response. And 1Glo says, is this an Active Directory thing? Yes. This is an Active Directory thing. If you're wondering what exercise we're doing, let me get you a link. It is for this box right here. Null RPC would be RPC client U and
Hack the planet!
Thank you very much.
Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
for redeeming Hack the Planet. Mike, nice to see you here. And how is everybody doing on this fine Friday night? Okay, so RPC client U nothing, and then the IP address like this. Access denied. And we also have Angel D. Hey Angel D, nice to see you here. Let's see, LDAP search XH DCIP. Okay, LDAP. It all seems a bit, everything's a bit complicated. Let's see, so it didn't work. XH DCIP. I think we might, this should be the capital H. Cannot parse. And the rest, of course. We're just doing this. All this stuff. Didn't get us anywhere. Let's see if our brute force attacks worked or not. Okay, we got brute force attacks for 3 different users going on at the same time, but they're not working. Is there any way to tell if what other common SMB vulnerability? I should probably scan for some modules. So modules. Man, my network is so slow. I think it's because I'm doing brute force with so many users right now. Well, we did get a list of users. Actually, no, I haven't done the... You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't done the usernames as their own passwords check yet. So let's do that. So we would do SMB. And we would do no brute. Continue on success. Does it work? Did somebody use their own password? Is their own username is their password? Okay, it didn't work. So we did, well, I mean, you know, nice thing is that we do know that this is a very, very modern version of Windows. Server 2022. Okay. These do not work. Brute forcing, brute forcing, brute forcing. Man, what other services could we attack right now? Mike says, "Attack me." Well, I mean, you know, let us know what your IP address is and which port to attack you on. This site is badass. You just put me on. Are you talking about the hackmyvm site? It's pretty nice. It's like a better version of VulnHub. Because that's another site where you can download VMs. Yeah, for sure. Did I try zero logon? Yeah, we tried zero logon. Wasn't vulnerable. If anybody has any other, but there was something called like Ghost SMB or something, right? Ghost something? Ghost. Was it called SMB Ghost or something? Let me double check. So NXC SMB. Does it help or something? Mike says, what could happen if someone were to get my IP address? I know of old DDoS dynamic range scanning, but what else could happen? It really depends on the service that you expose on the internet. If somebody's able to... How do you get the... Options for NXC modules. List modules, -L, okay. Let's do -L. Vulnerable router is a popular one. I really don't want strangers from the internet on my on my home network, and that's why I don't expose. That's why I don't expose anything to the internet through my router. That would be a very bad thing. Brute force, brute force, brute force. Okay, what do we have? High privilege modules, low privilege modules. Okay, add computer, coerce, GPP, auto login, password. Could it be one of these? Let me take note of these really weird looking modules over here. Oops. Okay, so there's this module here. There's this other module here. Let's see, print nightmare. I guess we could check for print nightmare as well. Spider plus spooler webdav 0 logon. VPN is not and never will be a security tool. Guys, let's see. What was it? Maybe I'm not supposed to be looking for SMB, because I think SMB Ghost. This was what I was looking for. Okay, let's try out all these modules. My brute force attacks are still going. I don't think the brute force attacks are going to work anymore, because if they were going to work, they would have found something way sooner. So let's go ahead and run some uncredentialed attacks. So let's try GPP password. There's a lot of network traffic. Okay, so it didn't work. That's fine. We can go ahead and try some other stuff. Let's try the GPP auto login one. So VPNs, so Mike says, why do you say VPN is not a security tool? So people who are trying to sell you VPNs say that VPNs can do all sorts of magical things that they are not able to do. VPNs do not magically protect you from hackers. VPNs will let you assume the identity of other IP addresses. VPNs can get you access to private networks. What else can VPNs do? VPNs, you're basically putting your trust in your internet history in the hands of the VPN company instead of your ISP, which means that even if your ISP doesn't know about your internet traffic, your VPN company does, and if they're cooperative with with law enforcement from your country, then they might give you up. They might say that they are not keeping logs, but that is it's up to you to trust that they're actually not keeping logs of your stuff. Let's see. So that didn't work either. Okay, let's try print nightmare. I was having trouble with some print nightmare a little while ago. A VPN will not protect you from malware. It's up to you to use common sense, having AV as a last resort. Okay, it looks like it looks like the machine powered off. I think the reason my machine powered off is because it was running a demo version of Windows, and it has to power off every hour because it's the license is expired. So I'm just going to start up my machine again, which means all of my brute force stuff is all borked. So I guess I'm going to give up on my brute forcing attacks. This is unfortunate. Anyways, I'm gonna get that off the screen. Okay, so let's Pebble says, VPN will not protect you from malware. It's up to you to use common sense, using AV as a last resort. What was your last message? Was it about the... I checked the write-up? I checked the write-up. I have yet to see this on a CTF, but it's something that should always be ran at the start of an engagement. Treat this like a real pen test. Oh, okay. I saw your message now. Oh, okay. I see your message now. Pebble, yeah. Okay, looks like this is going to be tougher than I thought. If Pebble hasn't seen this stuff before, then it means I'm in for a fun ride. Okay, let's try checking for Print Nightmare. So it says access denied. Pebble says, well, I have seen it and never used it, but never in a CTF. Snipet says I have my popcorn and I'm strapping in. So, man, now that you say that, treat this like a real pen test, this has me thinking. What should I be doing here? So I'll try SMB Ghost. Although it's probably not some sort of common enum is key. Maybe we should start enumerating potentially vulnerable to SMB Ghost. But we got status access denied. Well, let me think about this. We probably want to do... How do we do DNS stuff? Can we do DNS stuff with NetExec? Anyways, let's add the thing to the etc hosts. So soupdecode.local. This is going to be 30. Oh, this is why. Because I had this DNS entry from last time. This is why it went weird. Okay. Man. Don't rely on one tool alone. Permission denied. Okay. We can't save this. We need to sudo nano this. Okay. Let's How do we do DNS enumeration again? I don't remember. Maybe we should take a look at hack tricks. Hack tricks. Let's search for that DNS enumeration stuff. You know, a bunch of people in my local community, they like to say that DNS is always the problem. So, external recon methodology, DNS. Okay, let's do this. So, DNS recon, zone transfer. We could try looking for this. Mike says, why should someone use, if you can't trust a VPN or proxy, What do you guys do if one of these hacking challenges logged IPs and someone wants to hack it? Are you saying, what if one of these hacking challenges was logging our IP address? I don't know. Soup edcode dot local. Okay, so it looks like it didn't find anything. It's capture flags not fields. Yeah, it's always DNS. That's what they say. That's what the tech people say. So amass, find domain. Let's see. I did this a few months ago. A few months ago, I was doing DNS stuff. Not these challenges, but others online too. The sites you seem safe. Well, the thing is that if the sites I used to started hacking the users, then you would probably hear about it. Most of these platforms have Discord communities as well, and if they started abusing the trust of the users, they would probably get in really big trouble. So dig, how about dig? Second DNS brute force round, okay. Subdomain discovery, vhost, osint, brute force. Actually, you know what? I think I've looked at this stuff. I can't remember these tools. Who is? CPTS box lists. CPTS box lists? I've never heard of CPTS box lists. Pebble, would you say that, so you did the CPTS, did those Active Directory boxes feel a lot like the other Active Directory boxes that you did on Hack the Box? Or did they feel like something more, well, was it more difficult or easier? I'm probably better off looking at some other guide. DNS zone transfer pen testing. DNS zone transfer vulnerability. What is a DNS zone transfer attack and how to do it? Sounds good. Very hack the box. Okay. Well, I mean, it makes sense. So dig DNS enum. Dig and host commands can be used for NS detection. Okay. We can try this one. Not found. If you use dig, you need to specify the DNS server. Oh, okay, okay. So where did I do dig? Dig this one. I've OCP, and I've probably done 50 or 60 Hack the Box boxes, working my way through the CBBH material right now, which has a lot of overlap. CBBH, Certified Something Bounty Hunter, right? That's another one from... Wait, Bounty Hunter, shouldn't that be more like web stuff? Has anybody tried the 0-day challenge on TryHackMe? I've done Dante, but not Zephyr. Dig at IP domain. Dig at... domain. This. Timeout. Okay, so we've got some information here. I don't know... I'm not too sure how to read this kind of output, though, so I might have to ask the, AI how to parse this information. .local is reserved for multicast DNS. There's an A record over here. Let me try asking ChatGPT. Let's see, Megabrood asks, do you have an AI of choice? I like using DeepSeek. The problem is that DeepSeek is, it's not very, the server's not very responsive, so sometimes it's just offline. Help me parse this, this output. Okay, the response indicates an issue. Let's break down the key points. Communication timeout. This port is blocked. Well, it's not blocked. I don't think so. The server did respond after retrying, but returned serve fail, meaning it encountered an internal error while processing the query. It's not configured in the DNS server. .local DMS warning. .local domain is typically handled by mDNS. Okay. The server is reachable but cannot resolve this. Huh. Did I spell that correctly? I keep on spelling that thing incorrectly. Cat. I keep spelling this thing incorrectly. Snipet says, gotta put my kiddos to bed. Hey, take your time and do your parenting stuff. We will be here. Catch you in a bit. Yeah, it's not. Is this the correct IP address? I just need to double check. Yeah, this is the right IP address. Mike says DeepSeek's server is overloaded a lot. Yeah, ChatGPT is good. There's also QuenChat, Poe by Reactor, and Arc. I only I've tried using a few different AI chatbots, but soup decode DC01. Do a quick nmap on port 53. Yeah, okay. Simple DNS plus, okay. Mike says, they're not as good. I've had better results locally hosting the models than training them from my own data. I've never attempted to use an LLM locally. Maybe I should. I do have a spare computer lying around, but the thing is that it's going to take a lot of work to set it up, because the computer's not exactly in working condition right now. But let me... Okay, so Active Directory, Domain Controller, DNS, enumeration. By default, any user in the Active Directory can enumerate all DNS records in the domain or forests. Okay, so there's a GitHub over here. What is this GitHub all about? Active Directory Integrated DNS Dump Tool. By default, okay, great. This tool enables enumeration and exporting of all DNS records in the zone for recon purposes of internal networks. Okay, so let's see if this tool is going to work out for us. Let's git clone this thing. And let's use one of these brute force ones over here. So git clone this thing. What do we need to do to get this thing working? Either install the tool via pip or install it from git to have the latest version. Install star. Do I trust this guy? do we trust these GitHub repositories, these random GitHub repositories that are sitting around? We really should be doing some code review, but I'm not super concerned because this is a virtual machine that I'm running right now. So the worst thing, well, I mean, maybe the worst thing that could happen is that I have to revert to a previous snapshot on this virtual machine. Unless there's some sort of really advanced malware on this GitHub repository that does a VM escape. I don't think that's going to happen, but who knows? Alright, so pip install... Okay, this doesn't work. We probably have to create a Python environment for this. Oh gosh, I need to look this up. Python virtual environments. Okay, I wrote a guide. Well, I wrote a little guide for myself. So it's going to be Python v my environment. Hold on. Let's do this in the temp directory. Okay, so Did I spell something incorrectly? What was it? Source. Probably do it like this. Okay, so I'm now in my Python virtual environment, so I can go ahead and git clone that thing again. Okay, actually, what window am I in right now? Okay. All right. So we can do pip I hate managing Python packages. Thank God for Python. What was it? Virtual environments. Okay, so we can run this now, right? The tool requires inpacket and DNS Python to function. While the tool works for both Python 2 and 3, Python 3 support requires you to install an inpacket from GitHub. So how do you run the command? There are no examples. Okay, so I guess there's a blog post. Maybe the blog post teaches you how to use it. Okay, let's try this out. This is a directory. Okay, so what would it look like here? Soup ed code. Do I need a user? It would be like something like this. I don't think I shouldn't need a password for this tool. It does ask for a password. What is going on here? So if this requires me to have a password, if this requires me to have like working credentials, it's not going to work because I don't have proper credentials for this account, for any of the accounts. Well, maybe I can just use a regular tool. Uncover domain controllers via DNS. Let's try taking a look at this article. Everybody, am I going down the correct path right here, or am I completely out to lunch? Let us. Well, okay. Give us a little hint if you know. Thank you. Kerberos, LDAP. Okay. Let's see. Resolve DNS. Okay, that's that doesn't work. Maybe there's... What happens when DNS fails? Are there other protocols in place? In an Active Directory environment, what happens when the DNS of the domain controller fails? Okay, authentication issues, Active Directory services disruption, LDAP queries fail, Kerberos authentication breaks. 1Glo asks, what exam are you taking? I'm not taking any exams. This stuff is all for education, well, personal stuff. I just want to get better at doing Active Directory hacking stuff. You know, hacking. I want to get better at this particular skill set. I'm not taking any particular examination or studying for a certification. Okay, so failover scenarios. If multiple DCs with DNS exist, clients may automatically switch to other available DCs. If there's only one DC and the DNS fails, all 80 dependent services will fail. Workarounds and fixes. If 80 DNS is completely down, restoring from a backup or promoting a secondary DC may be necessary. Okay. Are there any other protocols that can be used if Active Directory DNS fails? Okay, there are a few alternative protocols and methods that can maintain some functionality, but none can fully replace AD integrated DNS. Here's what can be used. Link local name resolution methods. These allow computers to find each other without relying on DNS. LLMNR. Are we talking about LLMNR poisoning or something? Uses multicast to resolve names on local networks. Enabled by default on Windows, but not AD aware, only for local groups. NetBIOS name resolution. You know, I used to have a habit of running what was it called? Responder. I guess I could run some Responder right now. Responder. But I haven't run Responder in a long time. I think I need to provide an interface. Interface, in this case it would be ETH1. Must be run as root. Okay. Okay, so we've got LMMR, MBTNS, DNS, DHCP. Well, we don't have DHCP. DC01.local, okay. So what we need to do is we need to start communicating with the machine in a specific manner, and then hopefully we get a response from the target, and then capture some credentials. That's my guess. MDNS, let's see. NetBIOS name resolution. Uses broadcast messages or wins. Host file for manual resolution. Secondary DNS. LDAP direct queries. If ADDNS is down but LDAP service on the DC is still running, applications can directly query AD for authentication. However, many services rely on DNS to locate the correct DC. Cache DNS entries. Alternative DNS service or external resolution. Manual host discovery. What's up with these error messages here that say network is unreachable? This is all kind of suspicious. Okay, let me look up how to... Oh, you know what? Let's switch up the music. Because I feel like listening to some moody Independence War music. Here we go. Okay, so LMMR poisoning. Responder. Actually, maybe we can ask the AI. We conduct LMN point attacks with responder. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run an ad on YouTube as well. YouTube ads in 3, 2, 1. And let's watch some birds. How about these birds? I'm gonna take a little sip of water, just a sec. Got ads running for another 20 seconds or so. Let's put the birds away, and then we can start asking for an answer. How do we conduct LMMR poisoning attacks with responder? So, link local multicast name resolution is a Windows protocol used to resolve host names when DNS fails. It is vulnerable to poisoning attacks, allowing an attacker to capture NTLM hashes and attempt credential cracking. Verify that LMNR is enabled. Okay, so open PowerShell on the target machine. We can't do this. Set up responder. Install responder if not installed. Run responder to poison LMNR MBT and S requests. So what is the WF? Force authentication downgrade. Enable wpad.dat proxy poisoning for man-in-the-middle attacks. So I guess we just need to add this to our command. Let's go ahead and try that. Oops. Okay. Alternative command. What is RD? Respond to MBTS domain queries. Respond to LMNR MBTS NS queries. What's the big difference? Once responder is running any machine on the network that tries to resolve an unknown host name, will query LMNR or MBTNS. Responder will respond with its own IP, trick the victim into authentication, capture the NTLM hash. Okay. Analyze network traffic. Defense. Okay, so the question now is, how do we interact with this machine to get it to spill the beans to us? Because this didn't work. Which, we're using this one, right? Okay, we're just going to rename this to the responder. Let's look for an article instead. You know what? We are learning, and learning is an important thing. Let's figure out how to do this attack. Common abuse cases. Poisoning with responder. Okay, so we set up the responder, and then we use a Kali Linux machine which has this tool we pre-installed. Right, okay, set this up. Attacking the target, SMB credential access. Okay, so we don't have access to any of the file shares because we don't have WPAD credential access. On our second run, a query for WPAD hosts. Okay, so what's going on? Let's take a look at a demonstration. So this was the SMB protocol here. So when they tried to access a file share, we got a poisoned response. They only showed that part of the... They didn't show the part that I wanted to see. Okay. LMNR poisoning in Active Directory, okay. Step 1, the attacker ruins responder. Okay, what's step 2? Event occurs and the network and triggers LMNR. Cracking the victim hash. I don't think we have any method of interacting with the SMB protocol that's going to get us something good from responder. Let's go over genetic exec. We do all these different queries here. Could somebody, if somebody has taken a look at the walkthrough for this machine, are we expected to brute force some credentials? No brute forcing credentials required. But we do need to interact with some service in order to trigger the. We need to interact with the SMB service or some other service to get the information from responder. You're on the right track. Try to figure out why responder is failing. Exception occurred. Network is unreachable. Okay. We've got an error message over here. Oh, TCM security. We know those guys. Sort of. We deployed responder, but we get this error message. Okay, indicates a problem with IPv6 communications. Responder is attempting to respond to an IPv6 address, but it cannot send data because IPv6 might not be properly configured as disabled on your interface. Ensure your interface supports IPv6. Run the following command to check if your network interface has an IPv6 address. Okay, sure. I do not interact with IPv6. Okay, we don't see one. We don't see an IPv6 address for the interface, which is ETH1. Okay, so If you don't need MDNS poisoning, disable it by editing. Okay, right. Restart responder. Force responder to use IPv4 only. Try relaunching responder explicitly with IPv4. This will prevent it from handling IPv6 traffic. Check firewall rules. Check if IPv6 is disabled system-wide. Okay. What I want to do, I want to enable IPv6 for my networking interface, ETH1. What are commands? Okay, so let's check out. Well, I mean, I don't think this is going to be disabled. So if the output is 1, IPv6 is disabled. If the output is 0, it is already enabled. So it is enabled. Okay. So enable IPv6 2 temporarily. To enable this for ETH1, run. Okay, I believe. And then check if IPv6 has been assigned. Yeah, I don't have an address for ETH1. Try restarting the network interface. Okay. So I need to shut down ETH1 and then re-enable ETH1. Why don't I have IPv6 on my ETH1 interface? Enable permanently. If to make it persist after reboot, well, I don't necessarily want it to be. Assign a static IPv6 address. If you need a static IPv6, okay. This seems like a Okay, so how do I use DH client to assign a IPv6 address to the ETH1 interface? No link local IPv6 address. Verify. You should see a global IPv6 address. don't think I did. I did not get one. Yeah. So to release the current one, to request a new lease, test IPv6 connectivity. Oh, geez. Alright, what do you have to say about this? We got this error message. The interface does not automatically assign link local addresses. Okay. Check interface status. Check interface status. Okay, so this is... If the interface is down, bring it back up. It is up, right? It is up, yeah. Does not have a link local address, you can manually assign one. Okay, we have an address. I don't know if this is a legal one or not. Once the link local address has been configured, try running the DH client command again. Why is this taking so long? I just want an IPv6 address. Okay, then we need to verify the request. So after this, you should see a global IPv6 address if the server assigned one. Why is this command not resolving fully? Okay, so over at responder, it looks like well, the error isn't. I don't see the error message anymore. Let's shut this down. Let's restart it and see if we get any more error messages. So we've got an IPv6 address now. Okay, so we'll just hang out for a little bit. I don't know why this thing is going wonky. Eureka! We did it! Okay, we got some stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and try cracking this thing. So this is... how do we crack these hashes now? Thank you very much for the hint, Pebble. I really appreciated it. Here, have a Having all the things. All the things. Have all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
Okay, so this is the hash here. Now how do we crack it? It's been a while.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so xkate 578. So there were some instructions on which command to do for cracking the hash, right? So hashcat, this right here. So I called it hash.txt, I think. And we'll use good old what was it? rocku.txt. Wait, didn't I call it hash.txt? No, where did it go? Hash.txt, yeah. User share wordless rocku.txt. This exists. Hash.txt also exists. What are you on about? Oh, we just copied something copied badly. Oh, okay. Did I incorrectly copy the hash? I think this should be right. Yeah. So Snipe It. We captured a hash using the responder tool over here. And now we're going to try to crack this hash. So the minus sign from the article. So the dash, right? Or is it? Where's that article? Is it like this? Okay. Well, you gotta check for all sorts of spelling errors and syntax errors when you do hacking, because if you don't spell correctly, you don't get to hack, and if you don't get to hack, you are very sad. Okay, we found something. Jesus Christ. Okay, awesome. Okay, so we got some creds now. Let's put this into creds. Okay, so now that we've got these creds, we can do all sorts of other fun stuff. First of all, we can do a lot more netexec stuff. So we can do rid brute to get a full list of users. No, apparently we can't. That's fine. We can just we can try the regular users enumeration here. Nope, we can't do that either. Let's try as rep roasting. What was it again? Actually, we can also do curb roasting. Because we have, well, I mean, if this is a domain user, and this is probably a domain user, we should be able to do curb roasting as well. Okay, so let's try some as rep roasting. Did I? Oh, as rep roasting is not SMB. As rep roasting is LDAP, right? Yeah, as rep roasting is LDAP. Okay, so let's see if there is anything in output.txt. There's nothing in output.txt. Let's try some curb roasting now. Curb roast. Okay, so curb roasting output.txt, great. This is also LDAP. You know, I forgot to check if we have WinRM access, because if we do have WinRM access, that's a really good thing. WinRM. And then we got ads. We have ads on Twitch right now, so we're gonna take a little break, and then everybody on YouTube, you can have an ad, just so we don't have ads randomly. Ads on YouTube, 3, 2, 1, and let's relax with the baby birds. Oh man, makes me smile every time. Okay, I'm gonna have a little drink. We'll be back in about a minute. Capture Flags Not Field says 5985 was open. Yeah. So we just need to check to see if we can get WinRM with that current with the user that we captured for. It doesn't seem like they have WinRM access. Otherwise, it would have returned. So what other we have a lot of options now that we've got a working user account. Let's do this chestnut and figure out if they've got any file shares. No file shares? I wonder what's wrong. Okay, so what can we do from here? We have quite a few options. I just need to think of which ones we want to try. So we couldn't get users by rid brute. We could try using RPC client. RPC with what was the name of the user again? It was XK. With this password. Host and oh, the machine went offline again. Okay. This machine resets every hour because it's running a demo version of Windows that has already expired, which means that the machine is going to power off every hour. Okay, no wonder I wasn't able to get anything with WinRM. I'm gonna have to do this stuff again after the machine comes back online. Okay, hopefully I can get this done. Hopefully this doesn't take too long, because I don't want to have dinner super late, and it's already like 8 o'clock over here on the West Coast. Okay, let's try. Okay, password. Jesus Christ. Nope. Logon failure. Do I not have RDP access? RPC access? Okay, let's try this again. No. Here. Okay. We've got this. We've got access to this share over here. Logon server share, net logon, sysvol. We have read and write access to this share over here, so we might as well check it out. So SMB client to this share. This is the XK. Password is the password is Jesus. User.txt, desktop.ini. So this is a flag. We don't necessarily read flags when we do these challenges. I'll get it just for fun. I'll get the desktop.ini. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's do the rid brute attack now that the machine is online. Okay, we I don't know how many of these help us. There's a lot of users here. Okay, what we should do is we should run the same command, and then we should raw users output it to that. Then we should find some way to format this stuff. Citrix user. It's a lot of users. Holy moly. That's a lot of users. Let's just go all the way up to the top. Where's our user? Okay, okay. Actually, man, I got this this grep command and this sed command over here, just so I could output usernames like this. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create a new users.txt list, and then I'm gonna try another. I'm gonna try a password spraying attack. So from netexec, this is netexec, right? Let's try a password spraying attack where the user list is going to be users.txt. The password is going to be users.txt. This is going to be a no brute continuing on success kind of thing. Alright, so we should probably grep out the failures in this case. Grep the failure. Looks like nobody is using their own password. Alright. Let's do the asrep roasting again. Where did I do asrep roasting? There we go. Oops. It's xkate, right? Xkate. What's that? Xkate 578. So dramatic, jeez. Okay, so no entries found. No entries found. Let's try the Kerber roasting again as well. No entries found. And the last thing we need to do is figure out if this user has WinRM access. The last time we did it, the server was down, so we weren't able to get it. We do not have WinRM access. All right. The domain controller communicated with us as well. I wonder what prompted the domain controller to contact us. It must have been one of the LDAP things. All right. Well, let's see if we can crack this. We can crack this hash. If we can crack the domain controller's computer account, it's game over. Hold on, we're doing brute forcing over here. Nano DC01.hash. Okay, so we're going to try to crack DC01.hash. So the thing is that if we should be able to just use the LM hash or the NT hash. Packet PS exec with your creds? Maybe. So which one is the... This is the NT hash. I think. Wait, I'll ask the AI just to make sure. Which portion of this output is the NT hash? Okay, this is the NT hash. So this should be the NT hash for the computer account, for the domain controller computer account. So DC01 $. In which case we would have to supply the hash. That is just wrong. GPT is on drugs. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Let's play the rest of this soundtrack. This is the Outrun classic video game. And it has a really good soundtrack. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Thank you very much for following Cybersecurity Queen. You're now Hacker Frog, and congratulations. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So no, that's not the, that's not the hash. That's the beginning. Okay. It should be, thank you very much, Cybersecurity Queen, for, oh wow, raiding with the party at 29. Thank you. Raid. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for the raid, Cybersecurity Queen. I don't think I'm following you. I need to follow you on Twitch. Hold on. Let me go ahead and look you up on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Cybersecurity Queen. We do a little rating. Awesome. Alright, I'm gonna follow you now. And if anybody's not following Cybersecurity Queen, why don't you follow them? Let's see. Shout out Cybersecurity Queen. There you go. And welcome Raiders. We're just doing a little Windows hacking exercise over here. This is an Active Directory exercise. We've been hacking against this Active Directory box for about 2 hours or so. And yeah, that's the NTLM-v2 hash. It's different, cannot be used to pass the hash. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. So we can't pass the hash with this one? But we weren't able to crack it either. What can we do with this? If we can't pass the hash, then it's kind of so we weren't able to crack it using hashcat. DC01.hash. If we could crack it, then it would be really good because, yeah. So it says exhausted. So we weren't able to crack that hash. Sad. Okay, let's check our Pi responder to see if we captured anything else. So we've got, this is the DC01 computer account. We weren't able to crack that. And this is the Xcade account. Numkey1 asks, could you give me a TLDR with what you're doing exactly? So we're doing we're hacking against a Windows Active Directory server, and Active Directory is basically the way Windows does networked computers. So any computer that's connected to a active domain, they're going to be able to share files and share services and stuff. So we're basically doing hacking against that. There's a bunch of different techniques that we've been using, including trying to steal password hashes that are being passed back and forth. But yeah, what were you all doing on Cybersecurity Queen's channel? It seems like there are quite a few of you. What were you all up to on Cybersecurity Queen's channel? I'm actually very curious as to what she does on the channel. Over the Wire, awesome. So you were taking a look at maybe something like Over the Wire. Were you looking at Bandit, or were you looking at Natas, or some other game? Was it Bandit? Or was it yeah, Bandit. Awesome. Yeah, I've actually considered doing like a big thing on Bandit myself. But there are other games over at Over the Wire. Like, if you're not into using the Linux terminal, there is Natas. So Natas is basically it teaches you about how to do web app hacking, and it's also a very fun game. Under the Wire as well. Under the Wire is for PowerShell. Let's see. Called Under the Wire PowerShell. Does it not exist anymore? Where's the site? Thank you very much, Master Ludovicus. Actually, we have a lot of people follow. Numkey followed, Master Ludovicus followed, and yeah, welcome Raiders. Why don't you guys have a fun, what do we have? Oh, did you know that you can use Unix, you can use the Unix computer system to defend yourself against dinosaurs? It's like this. It's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Underthewire.tech. Okay, here it is. So if you ever wanted to learn about PowerShell stuff and how to use PowerShell to do all sorts of fun stuff, you can use this CTF game over here. So what do they have? Do they only have... Oh, wow. They've got more than one. I thought they only had the one game. What is the difference between all these... between these different Power the Shell machines? These PowerShell CTF games. Huh. You know, one of these days I need to learn how to use PowerShell. I haven't. I basically have to get a lot of help every time I have to interact with PowerShell. Okay. I have a friend who is super good at PowerShell. Sounds like a good friend to have. But, let's see. I'm really sad that we weren't able to brute force the domain controller computer account. We got their hash, but what can we possibly do with this hash if we can't crack it? Maybe we should try a different list. So, locate. This is probably my favorite track from the Outrun game. I'm looking for passwords. Okay, we've got... Man, there's too many of these password lists. 1 million passwords. So 10 million passwords, we've got it over here. Let's go ahead and try this one. Machine account passwords are typically not human readable. Yeah, that's true. But what can we do with this hash? Okay, we'll run this just for fun. Yeah, it was exhausted. We couldn't find it. Okay, so can we? I mean, we can't pass this hash. What can we do? All right, so can we use this hash in some other way if we can't crack it? Okay, there's some... pass the hash attack. Tools like Impacket and Mimikatz can be used to perform pass the hash attacks. I don't know. I mean, Pebble says that we can't use these hashes for pass the target SMB server. Yalon BS says, "Hello, hey, this is more peeps than usual." Yeah, we got raided just a little while ago. But Yalon BS, hello, and have yourself a fun little meme cat. Here you go. Okay, so NTLM Relay X. Relay the captured NTLM authentication to a target SMB server. How do we do this? Okay. Master Ludovicus says, haven't seen Nyancat in years. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I can remind people of ancient memes, then my job is done. But yeah, thank you, and welcome to the stream, Master Ludovicus. If I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, let me know. Thank you. Okay. So, what laptop do I recommend? I don't recommend any particular laptop. For hacking, for like cybersecurity stuff, I would say I run a lot of virtual machines. So you definitely want a laptop with a lot of memory. Aside from that, I'm not too sure. Let's see. Pebble, do you have a laptop? And what kind of laptop are you packing? I spent a lot of money to get a framework laptop. I don't recommend other people to get framework laptops because they're really expensive. So what a framework laptop is, basically it's a laptop that you can customize and you can upgrade. And I got the framework 16. It's basically a laptop that you can take apart and you can customize all the parts on it. So if you want to get like a new hard drive, if you want to get new RAM, if you want to get a new motherboard, you can replace all those parts. Pebble says, I do not have a laptop. Okay, respectable. You don't need a laptop if all of your hacking is being done on your desktop. No problem. Windows 11 has WSL2 now, so pretty easy to get distros up and running inside of the Windows OS. Okay, yeah, that's. I mean, I think that's pretty good, but I still like the freedom to be able to download virtual machines and run them on my system. But yeah, I've never really, and I also hate running out of RAM and I like having a lot of programs open at once, and I don't like having to be careful with my memory. So that's another reason why I don't. I recommend getting a lot of RAM. Let's see. Yellen BS says, any opinion on Lenovo's, like an X1? What's your preferred hypervisor? So I use VirtualBox because VirtualBox is free, and I hear that. What's the other one? VMware. VMware is also free now, but I've been using VirtualBox for so long. I don't know why I would switch. Although VMware does let you use your graphics card on your virtual machines, so maybe VMware is something I should probably investigate in the future. Proxmox. Oh, okay. I hear you. I respect that. So let's see, Proxmox. Powerful open source server solutions. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, what we were looking at. We've got we've got ads on Twitch. When let's see. So for everybody on YouTube, I'll play you a ad, 3, 2, 1 ad. But for everybody on Twitch, we're not going to do anything while this Shay Y'all says, is this live? Yes, this is live. I'll just type this in. This is live. Smiley face. And let's show everybody the other big appeal for this channel right here. We have bird videos. So every time we take a break, we show a little bird video, and the birds are adorable. If I do say so myself. And yeah, we're just going to take a little break for another 40 seconds or so. Ken PDX says, how do I scare the birds away from my balcony so they don't try to build nests out there? I tried putting out a fake owl, but they just loll at it. What kind of birds are they? Are they crows, or are they... What do these birds look like? Are they sparrows, or are they some other type of bird? Shayal says, is there a VM I can access online for a CTF? So, Shayal, you're asking about... Shayal, you're asking about virtual machines you can use for a CTF. Which CTF are you talking about? Are you talking about any CTF, or... Are you talking about specific CTF? Ken PDX says, pigeons mostly, but they're also sparrows. So you're talking about your balcony, and you don't want them to build nests out there. What is the best way to keep birds away? So I've only ever thought about attracting birds. How do you keep birds away? Do you have a cat? Cats would keep birds away. Let's see. Little plastic snakes. Yeah, maybe those. But yeah, this is live, and Shayal says, is there a VM I can use to access online for a CTF? Pen PDS says, no, and I don't want one. Dangle a DVD from a fishing line. Yeah, sometimes DVD, if you hang a DVD around, the flashing, the reflections from the DVD or the CD, they yeah, animals don't like that generally. But Shay, tell me which CTF you want to use. Who has DVDs anymore? Who has CDs anymore? That's a good question. Some people do. Let me know which CTF you're trying to access online, and I'll give you, and then I might be able to give you an answer. Unladen European swallows. Unladen European swallows. I've never heard of those. Wait, is that that's a Monty Python? That's a Monty Python reference. The airspeed of an unladen European swallow is roughly 24 miles an hour. Yeah, Ken PDX, thank you for that. I was doing a SANS CTF and Slingshot is not downloading properly. I need to run a sudo line. I was doing a SANS CTF. Okay, so you want a VM that you can use to access. Well, I mean, I would probably just use like a Kali Linux. So if you don't know about Kali Linux, is it getkali.com? Nope. It's getkali.org. Nope. I need to be careful. So get Kali Linux. There we go. So Shayol, here you go. So depending on which, so you probably want to click on virtual machines over here, and then you want to choose the virtualization software that you're using. So it's probably going to be either VMware or VirtualBox, but if you're using something else, let us know. Oh, you know what? I have a video. So I've got a YouTube channel, and I've got a video on how to install Kali Linux on your system. Just a second. If anybody has any requests for classic video game music, I can play classic video game music without having to worry about YouTube bonking me on the head. But if I play any real music, then bad stuff might happen to me. Anyways, here you go. Here's the video on my YouTube that talks about how to install Kali Linux and VirtualBox on your machine. Ken PDX says, I just hack my Mac and use brew to install any tool I need. I don't feel the need to have every possible tool pre-installed like Kali does. I'm kind of the opposite. I think that if I can, I don't want to take time to install all the tools I need, so I just install Kali Linux, which has most of the tools that I need. Of course, there are a lot of tools that I'm not using, but I guess if I was a power user, then I would probably just use any old Linux distribution and install the tools that I need, just like what Ken BDX is talking about. Let's see, OG Zelda songs. Capture Flags Not Field says, "All right, nerds, y'all have a good night." Thank you very much for coming by and chatting, Capturing Flags Not Fields. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet to see you out?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, let's do Zelda Link to the Past. OST. Actually, you know what? Nintendo might get mad at me if I play this, but you know what? Let's try it out anyways. There you go. There you go. Nintendo's usually a bit more serious about this stuff. But let's see if they care. They might care. Hannah Montana Linux, then apt-get your tools. Yeah, possible. Okay, let's man, we got a little bit distracted. That's fine. I'm here to talk. If anybody wants to talk about, you know, how to do cybersecurity stuff, I'm happy. I'm happy to help you all out. Okay, so does anybody know how we do this, where we go from here? So the people who have done like a lot of Windows hacking before, we've got this hash for the DC01 computer account, but we can't crack it. We've tried all of our password lists. We weren't able to crack it. But can we use this in some other way to get elevated access on the system? I know Pebble knows the answer because he took a look at the write-up, but I'm not too sure where to go from here. Okay. What else can we do with privilege, with the, So we've got one set of credentials over here for this user. And we've got our big user list as well. Let me take a look at that user list. We've got these users. And there's a lot of them. Let me do the password spray one more time. Did I try pass the hash? So apparently we can't pass the hash with these hashes. We can't pass the hash. Or, well, I mean, that's what a friend of ours told us. What? Why is, where's this coming from? Oh, okay, this is, interesting. Yeah, for some reason... That's funny. Yeah, it did grab my hash. It grabbed my my password hash right there. Okay, so let's try... Let's do a password spray. I'm pretty sure I've already tried this, but let's try it one more time. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so no users are using their own. And I don't want to brute force this many users, because that's going to take a really long time. But maybe I should. Maybe I should just keep it on in the background or something. Okay, let's try brute forcing. Wow, this music really takes me back. Hope Nintendo doesn't get mad at me. Okay, let's do a brute force attack. user share word lists rocku.txt. It's gonna give me an error message. We have to do ignore PW decoding. I wish we could do something with this hash. Let me try searching for something. Responder, pass the hash attack. Understanding NTLM authentication and NTLM relay. Pass the hash. Pass the hash attack. Rupert VB says, isn't there an LM hash and an NT hash delimiter in the overall hash? Yeah, there is. So this should be... Actually, you know what? I'll ask DeepSeek about this. Okay. Can this hash be used for pass the hash attacks? Okay, so it says it could potentially be used for pass the hash attack. The hash we provide appears to be in the following format. Great. It is printing out super slowly. This is the NTLM hash in the format. Okay, so username, domain, LM hash, NTLM hash. Oh man, I remember playing this game a long time ago. LM hash, NTLM hash, challenge response. So this is the part that can be used in the pass the hash attack. Okay, well, I'll try. If it works, I'll be really happy, but let's see if it could actually work. Okay. It's probably, well, okay, so this is DC01. Does it work? No, it doesn't work. Okay. So one more time. User, domain, LM hash, NTLM hash. Wait. Which portion is the LM hash and which is the NT hash? That's important. Oh, you know what would be really good? If we could play, like, Chrono Trigger. Maybe I should play some Chrono Trigger music. Thank you very much for following, Rupert VB. Thank you. You're now Hacker Frog. And let's give you an appropriate welcome. Have a bully bird. These are two birds. This is one bird bullying another bird. So it says this is the NT hash, but I don't think... Yeah, so our friend Pebble said that these hashes can't be passed in a pass the hash attack. That's the LM hash, this is the NT hash. Didn't work. Okay. Pebble, are you still there? If you're still hanging around, please let us know. Let's see, how about responder? You're maybe there. If you give me a little nudge as far as where to go next, am I supposed to be spoofing relay attacks? NTLM challenge, okay, so relay attacks. Web proxy auto discovery protocol. Responder for protocol poisoning. DHCP poisoning. Capturing credentials. NTLM relay attack. This attack leverages SMB authentication sessions to target access to target machine, granting a system shell if successful. Must have local admin access on the relayed host. SMB signing should be disabled. Other tools for NTLM relay attack. Well, you know what? I haven't run Bloodhound in a long time, so I need to teach myself how to use Bloodhound again. Do you have a good guide for Bloodhound, Pebble? If you do, let us know. It's not how you spell blood. Bloodhound AD, I think it's called. It might not come installed by default. Oh, we have to download this? Hold on. Maybe I can find something that you don't need to download. Their GitHub probably has installation details. Okay. GitHub, Bloodhound, AD. Bloodhound Legacy. Bloodhound AD has 9 repositories available. I use a Docker container to host Bloodhound Community Edition. Maybe I should do that too. Sharphound, Legacy Azure Hound. Bloodhound AD Docker. Okay, so Bloodhound Community Edition is composed of 3 distinct parts. PostgreSQL database, Neo4j graph, a single binary containing the Bloodhound API. Using this Docker Compose. Oh, Docker Compose. Okay. If you're just looking to run the application as quickly as possible locally and don't care about the configuration, you can simply copy the Docker Compose YAML file from the directory to a location on the disk. Then simply run Docker Compose up from that directory. Accessing Bloodhound Community Edition. Choose a Bloodhound version. Okay, I think this might be a little too... This might be... Figuring out how to run Bloodhound might take a lot of time. And it's getting kinda late. So I think we're gonna see if any cool people are streaming on infosecstreams.com. It is just me. Okay. How about just twitch.com in general? Well, there's good old Science stream if and who else do we have? Is Cybersecurity Queen on right now? What? Hold on. Just chatting, not a rerun. Wait, is she on? Cybersecurity Queen is on. Let's send the raid back her way. Huh. Alright. Anyways, everybody, thank you. Thank you very much to all the new people who came by today with Cybersecurity Queen's raid. I'm not going to be streaming over the weekend. It is Friday, everybody. Thank goodness it's Friday. We're going to be back on Monday, and we're going to be doing more fun cybersecurity hacking stuff. We've got a little Reddit page where we post our stream schedules. So this is Friday, so we haven't posted the one for next week yet. But if you take a look at the Reddit over here, let me just link that in chat. So we've got we do 3 different activities. We usually do a cybersecurity basics lesson at the beginning of the stream, and then we do a walkthrough for some machine. We've been doing a lot of Windows walkthroughs lately, and then we do a challenge where we do some cybersecurity challenges that we haven't seen before, and that's most of the streams. I stream on Monday and Wednesday and Friday from 4 o'clock PST, usually until 8 o'clock PST, maybe a little bit later. But let's set up the stream to go back to Cybersecurity Queen, and if you don't follow her, you might as well follow her because she seems like a really cool person. Let's set up the raid now. When you arrive on Cybersecurity Queen's channel, please give this raid message: frog, hip, hop, hack, frog. Just like this. Okay, let's, before we go out for the night, let's do one last Hack the Planet, because that is what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, everybody, please say hello when you arrive over at Cybersecurity Queen's channel, and have a great weekend. We will see you next time.
Uh-oh. I was just watching 0 Day. Hi, guys. We're not really coding right now. Ooh, thank you, Shy Hat. Yeah, Peanut Gamer told me to radio. I'm just watching 0 Day right now. My favorite movie? God, it has to be Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Oh, wait. Okay, we're doing a Hunter S. Thompson impersonation. Because Hunter S. Thompson, I found these in Salt Lake City. I've always wanted to be Hunter S. Thompson for Halloween. And so I am going to be Hunter S. Thompson this year, finally. But this is like my only Hawaiian shirt. It's from Snowbird, like skiing ski resort in Utah, where I'm from. And so I'm gonna put the Hunter S. Thompson fit. Do I look like Hunter S. Thompson yet? Gonzo. Giggity. I want to be Hunter S. Thompson, for fucking sake. I found these in Salt Lake City and I was so stoked. I was like, wow. Yeah. I mean, I totally look like a freak right now, but it's whatever. Yeah, so, I mean, we could probably make it